Gentlemen, and welcome to the fourth Rebuilding Macroeconomics annual conference entitled Women in Macroeconomics. We have a tight schedule, so apologies to people who are just joining, but we should start on time to make sure everybody else is on time. Rebuilding Macroeconomics is an ESRC-funded research network where we are tasked with promoting new and interdisciplinary research around macroeconomics. This is our first event that we have hosted from our new home, which is the Institute for Global Prosperity at University College London, which we're absolutely delighted and very thankful to Professor Henry Moore for helping us make that transition. So we're very pleased to be hosting from here. Now, economics can reasonably be considered a social science about choice. And in these choices, there are two interesting dimensions. One is the context or the environment in which we make this choice. To what extent is this a well-specified environment that enables us to make that choice? And the other is the person doing the choosing, the individual. The two are, of course, related. And that is really our subject today. Who is this individual in macroeconomics? Traditionally, we've defined them by a set of axioms, which perhaps can be excused if it has predictive value, but we kind of think that that's really fallen on the rocks rather, and the predictive value has slipped away if it ever was there. And so it's really time to go back and ask some difficult questions about who is this individual, and can a more realistic description of this individual help us do better macroeconomics? Now, I'm coming back at the end of today with Henrietta Moore to speak with some rounding up comments. So I will finish my opening remarks there because I want to pass on to my co-host, Dr. Carolina Alves, who is the Joan Robinson Heterodox Fellow at Girton College, Cambridge, as well as being a member of the advisory group of Rebuilding Macroeconomics. And Carolina has been involved in all of our Women in Macroeconomics conferences to date, and also the driving force behind much that happens at Rebuilding Macroeconomics. So extremely grateful to her, not only for today, but also for her huge contributions that she's made since our inception. So Carolina, if I can pass over to you.
Thank you, Angus. Thank you for that introduction and for inviting me to keep helping with this rebuilding macro project, also with the Women in Macro Conference. So and thank you everyone for being here today, and I apologize for probably the background noise as well. So it has been 4 years since the first Rebuilding Macro Conference, and the first one was very interesting because it was we are just trying to understand what was happening in a profession after Alice's Lewis paper came out in 2017, really exposing the culture of our subject, which was this aggressive culture that patronized female colleagues. Basically, that was what her paper was about. And that kind of generated what many would say a Me Too movement in economics, where you have this wave of studies and blogs really denouncing, really showing how economics is not only a male-dominated subject, but also a subject that undermines women constantly. Many of us already knew about that, but it was very interesting to finally have the entire profession discussing that. And it was an amazing conference where we discussed, inequalities in the labor market when it comes to gender. We have Laura Baer discussing culture of expertise, which was a very interesting discussion for many of us, because Laura Baer was saying, what is this culture of expertise? It's a social cultural analysis of social hierarchies, ethos, and knowledge of practice. What that means is we can't just decide to increase the number of women in committees in departments if we don't change that culture. So we're not going to go anywhere if we don't really address the problem. And fast forward 4 years and we are here, and we think the problem is even different because there is a question of methods here, a question of the toolkit we are relying on to understand reality, to grasp with these inequalities of gender and race. And here, what happens last year, George Floyd murder in US is very telling for the entire profession to start discussing race also in a different manner. So here we are. So this conference is about really get deeper into issues of methods and methodology regarding our toolkit, basically how we can do macro. And then there's this first panel, which is basically positioning in social theory, which is a great start for us. So that's it for me. Thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you, Carolina. Tony, you are chairing our first session on positionality in social science and gender. So can I pass the floor over to you, please?
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, organizers, for inviting me to chair this session. I'm pleased to be here. I'm very pleased to be reacquainted with the two speakers. Charu, I haven't crossed paths with for over 20 years, though we used to quite a lot. Jana is a member of the same Cambridge group as me, but a year ago moved to Durham, so it's good to see her again. Two speakers, I don't want to take much time because I want to get onto the speakers. In common, they're both very interested in knowledge, especially, I think. Charu on the website says she's really especially keen on getting her students to think of themselves as being capable of knowledge production. Jana, I know, is interested in all aspects of knowledge production and who counts as knowledge givers and the rest of it. I think she describes her latest project as the political economy of knowledge production. But they both have diverse other things going on. Charu, I think, as much as anyone, can be credited with bringing post-colonialism into economics, but she's also edited Rethinking Marxism and been on the board of the International Association for Feminist Economics and so on. Jana has been in all sorts of departments like sociology, anthropology, education. Has got at least 2 PhDs and been lecturers. No, only 1 PhD? I can't remember. 2. Has lectured all over the place, including Eastern Europe. Anyway, I won't go on. You get a feel for where they are. Critical thinkers, both of them, and they encourage, or critical theorists, I should say, and they encourage critical thinking in others. Jana, I know, has written a paper on the positioning of knowledge from an epistemological point of view, and that brings me to part of the topic for today, positioning, something I'm very interested in and very excited to hear what these two have to say. The full topic, as Angus said, is positioning, social science and gender. I hope that's enough. Who's going first? Charles Sheila, you're listed first on the papers.
Sure, I can go first.
They have 20 minutes each, I should say.
Yeah, so I'm turning my timer on, and if you can give me, you know, just interrupt me if I go past, you know, at about like, and interrupt me around 17 minutes, that should be good. Good morning, everyone. The theme for the panel was positionality, or positioning gender in economy. And I'd like to start by noting that when I got the invitation, Carolina had particularly highlighted questions of Me Too and BLM. So here goes. Early work on integrating questions of gender into economics tended to focus a lot more on the concept of the individual in terms of women, women's identity, women's choices, women's perspectives. And macroeconomics turned out to take a little longer than micro to figure out how to integrate questions of women. Some of the earliest work was more around women's experiences as a result of macroeconomic forces, and most of it actually was coming from development, not actually in terms of the more sort of formalized macroeconomics as it was practiced around first world countries. In particular, while we don't often situate development questions of gender and development in macroeconomics, the explosion of studies of gender and macroeconomy in the third world that followed the third world debt crisis, I think needs to be marked as one of the earliest efforts to present a macroeconomic view of the relationship between macroeconomic forces and gender dynamics. Following this, one of the questions that starts to emerge, and I think this is some of my contribution for this panel, has been not just how do you think of integrating women into macroeconomy, but to what extent do you take the analytical category of gender seriously so that you can infuse concepts of gendering and gender identity formation, the politics of identity, into actual constitution of analysis. And this is sort of an example of this was actually distributed, which was one example. I'm clearly not the only scholar who's worked on this, was a paper on gender and the stability of consumption. There, one question was, how do you think of the marginal propensity to consume, which is to what extent is the structuring mechanisms by which social relations are created actually part and parcel of equations that in themselves do not announce themselves as having gender in them. So this paper, that was about a decade ago, this paper actually follows up, and in particular, I am interested in another category which is very often taken for granted, which is national economy. Macroeconomics addresses itself to a self-evident object of a national economy, and in so doing takes the nation state itself as given. This is a particular problem when we consider the issue of how macroeconomics addresses the state as a policymaker. One of the purposes of macroeconomics is to think about how do we advocate for policy. And in so doing, taking the nation state for granted bypasses the racial and gender dynamic by which nation states are formed. Economics has little to say about who exactly is responsible for and how for those who are stateless, for those who are without papers, for those who sit on the borders of Europe, considered as problems of global migration. Considered as problems of locations in the world where both internal and external migration have created dramatic, racialized transformations of the rights and access to resources that large members of our globe have. So with that in mind, the question I wish to ask, therefore, is where do the equations come from, and what is the positionality that allows us to assume that the borders of a nation state, in a territorial sense, is the self-evident unit to which macroeconomics applies the concept of economy? More particularly, when we consider the nation state, how do we contemplate or understand two items? The first is that to the extent that we consider social reproduction as a core question of gender, and we consider gender identity as a core element of economics, we need to remember that citizenship in large parts of this world is a birth-based right. So that to talk of social reproduction, to talk of mothering, and to talk of women's labor without addressing the fact that it is actually birth itself, who your parents are, or where you were born, that anchors and accesses the key identity of the citizen, which is taken for granted in the discussion of the social environment within which people have the right to participate as consumers, as producers, as members of labor markets in an economy, is to me the movement, the very rapid movement that had been described at the start of this conference, from the individual as a choosing agent to the social environment within which, or the economy social environment within which choice happens, and the bypassing of the intermediate institutions, particularly institution of the state and of the nation state, which is the architecture under which such choice happens, is an issue. So the first point I would like to make is that to the extent that we live in a world where the nation state provides you with citizenship on the basis of birth, and where papers are required to indicate that you are a choosing member of an economy, I do believe that macroeconomics in particular needs to think of this not just as an issue, just as we should no longer think of the question of gender as an issue of women alone. What is women's issues? I often think women's issue is men. So in the same way, we no longer need to consider that this issue is something that is only to be taken up when we discuss issues or problems facing migrants, that the question of citizenship itself as a self-evident category, where it comes from, how we decide that policymakers are particularly that macroeconomics should particularly advocate for citizens in a nation state as a self-evident category is, I think, a problem that we need to address in macroeconomics. The second element of this that I would like to take up and just very briefly identify is the absence of violence as a systemic element of the social environment within which identity is created. It's astonishing how little attention systematic violence gets in our description of the social environment within which economic decisions are made. Having highlighted Me Too and BLM in the call for proposals that was given to me by Carolina, I'd like to note that it is almost as if they had macroeconomics has a history in which it's almost as if the resources of England had no colonization. There has never been settler colonialism. There has been no apartheid. There has been no opium war. It is as if police do not systematically create a social environment within which people get harassed and killed, where social mobility, the ability to simply move from one portion of a city to another, is taken for granted, where women are not raped. So this complete absence of systematic violence as an anchor for the ways in which we describe the origins of property rights, economic rights, and economic participation, which is a core element of how things happen, is, I think, a serious absence we need to address. More specifically, when we think of the social groups people join, nobody apparently joins groups of men who get drunk and harass. Nobody joins fraternities that systematically terrorize minorities and students. Nobody joins the KKK. So the missing elements when we think of the absence of violence in our analysis of the constitution of economies, the constitution of social environments, and the constitution of the rights within which particular identities can function in the economy, is a systematic failure to grasp the sources by which resources fail to get distributed in an appropriate and just manner to address questions of inequality. So it's not just accidental that women earn less in the labor market. What you see is sort of very systematic harassment of folks. So for example, the Network on Women and Violence in the Workplace in India has pointed out the systematic use of locked doors, of beatings, of shouting, threats of violence and rape as a way to enforce production quotas in the export zones. So this kind of failure to think of the role of violence in actually constituting items such as labor productivity, labor inequality, wage inequality, and property rights, I think means that economics is not going to do a good job of addressing choice, identity formation in macroeconomics. In terms of positionality, then, I do think the positionality of those who create macroeconomics as people who do not live in a world of systematic violence has a lot to do with why, and the positionality of policymakers as people who travel freely in the world without getting harassed at borders, without facing cops, without worrying about how to catch a bus, without wondering about rape in the same way, has a lot to do with why systematic violence and the failure to access rights is absolutely absent in a large portion of macroeconomic theory. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Perfect timing, even a minute early. So, over to you then, Yana. Where's she gone?
Right, hello. I do actually have a PowerPoint, so I am going to share my slides. This was a fantastic talk. I really enjoyed it, and it's going to be a bit difficult to follow on from it, but I'll do my very best. And I will particularly address the question of the individual and what we see as both an object and a subject of knowledge, and this is what my presentation will be focusing on. So, what am I even doing in this conference? I am, as Tony's introduction, I think, would have communicated, not an economist. I'm beyond that, but I'm certainly not an economist. And I'm not even sure to what degree I would describe myself, at least unproblematically, as a woman. I'm not entirely certain about my pronouns. I sometimes feel that perhaps they describes me better than a she would, and so on and so forth. But what I do work on, and this brings me to the very title of this conference and why I am both very happy to be here and was delighted to accept the invitation to participate, is the idea of women in macroeconomics and what that means. So what are we actually talking about when we talk about women in macroeconomics? From my point of view, there are two things that this particular framing brings us to. One is women in macroeconomics as women being an object of knowledge. So thinking about macroeconomics in a way that includes women. And I was going to say, this is a fantastic thing when you're not a proper member of a scientific field, because I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would possibly take an issue with this interpretation, but luckily, I don't have to. So in that sense, women in macroeconomics are an object of knowledge of the macroeconomics as a discipline or as a sub-discipline of economics. But women in macroeconomics are also epistemic subjects insofar as we are talking about women who are doing macroeconomics, so women who are somehow involved in generating knowledge, so producing knowledge. And this relationship between epistemic objects and epistemic subjects is something that I am particularly interested in. So I hope that explains why I'm here. Where are women in macroeconomics, though, in both senses of the term? I'm not able to give you specific data for women as such, because this isn't particularly sort of my area of research, but I know that other people who are here do precisely that, and I look forward to hopefully picking up on this particular element in the discussion. But what I definitely can share with you is the latest compiled data by Advance HE, so United Kingdom's Professional Association for, well, measuring and following different kinds of developments in higher education institutions, which shows that unsurprisingly, the professoriate in the UK Academy is still overwhelmingly male, and there is a significant gap in income, so in earnings between male and female academics. And again, for my mind, the somewhat reductive or somewhat binary gender terms in this particular case are mostly a function of how statistics have been gathered over the course of years. So in that sense, there is some variation in that, but unfortunately not one that the statistics that we currently have access to is able to make in an informed manner. So we know that the gender pay gap in UK higher education is not particularly, let's say, a matter of pride. So there are different kinds of gender pay gaps, but this one, or the mean, I think, is illustrative enough. And this is some additional and perhaps more interesting data. One, so on your left-hand side in the table, you can see the index of distance of minority groups' earnings in relation to white UK men for all staff. And this shows that it's intersectional. So basically, if you're a white man, but not from the UK, you will be earning not significantly, well, perhaps not even less and perhaps more than a white UK, whatever, white British man. If you are an Asian man, you will be earning a bit less, and then we proceed further down the line, which means that basically if you are a Black woman and you happen not to be from the UK or not have a British passport, you are significantly disadvantaged in terms of the earnings you can expect to have, or which you are probably having at this moment. Now, when it comes to, and I am among economists, I'm fully aware of the fact that there are multiple concerns or objections we can raise to gender pay gaps as a measurement or as a perfect measurement of inequality, or for that matter of anything else. But one of the frequent objections raised in relation to this is that gender pay gaps reflect historical inequalities, right? So women used to be underrepresented in education, in research, and thus in the academic profession. So obviously, given the likelihood that academic career advancement is something that happens over time, and given the fact that in the past, men were the majority of participants in higher education and research, we are expecting to see these differences even out over time. So it's kind of a historical effect. Well, here's another interesting statistic, and this is the other graph or the other visual that I have on this particular slide. The gender pay gap is obvious in the UK higher ed workforce, is obviously highest for professors, which is where, as you can see, it stands at 6.1%. But it is widening on the early career lecturer level as well in favor of men. And this says something really, really important, which is that either there is a systematic effect in terms of differences in income, or for some reason, women just like to be paid less. So this brings me to the relationship between who knows and how what they know is valued. So the relationship between epistemic subjects and epistemic objects concerns the relationship between the person who knows and what they can know. Positioning is a part of the social evaluation of the relationship between the two. How this connects to gender pay gaps and other measurements of equality or inequality in the context of knowledge production is through the process of valuation. So through the process by which we assign value to people's knowledge claims, by the process by which, for instance, we offer starting salaries to men and women alike. These processes are not independent of another two sets of social instances, and those are related to questions of hierarchy So questions of hierarchies between professions, between domains, between fields, between institutions, between networks, and so on and so forth. And obviously also power. So who has the power to decide? Is this a question of free choice? Do women just walk away from well-paid positions? If so, why would they do that? And so on and so forth. Now, when we talk about the ways that different people's knowledge is valued, we need to go through a set of relatively weighty definitions of what certain things mean. Now, some of the things I will be working with today, or some of the things that I will be drawing on today in introducing my argument, are the following. One is the concept of epistemic injustice. Now, the concept of epistemic injustice has a longer history, but it has been operationalized or framed, formalized by Miranda Fricker, who described how certain speakers are disadvantaged in their capacity as knowers. So in the most obvious case, which is the case of testimonial injustice, people are misbelieved because of who they are. So what kind of social identity they're seen as inhabiting. For instance, women's knowledge is regularly dismissed, or for instance, as in the case that Fricker also uses in her formalization, the testimony of Black people is dismissed, including dismissed in court as evidence. The concept of positioning, which Tony has been already so kind to introduce, and in particular, the concept of intellectual positioning, which builds on this, means that people assume positions within a system. For the purposes of this discussion, we can say this system is the field of knowledge production, that somehow become associated with different kinds of characteristics and capabilities. So rights and obligations. For instance, I'm being positioned as a lecturer. As a lecturer, I have certain kinds of obligations. For instance, I need to teach my students, I need to design my lectures, I need to answer emails, actually quite a lot of emails, especially at this time of the year, I assure you. And they also have certain rights, among the most obvious ones, the right to be paid for the work that I do, the right to participate in different kinds of decision-making within my department, the right to be protected from bullying and harassment, and so on and so forth. But not all of these rights are actually formally encoded. There is no particular right that I have to be treated as an expert in a given discipline or on a topic. I do not have a formal right to be consulted by my head of department when they, for instance, discuss how to reframe the theory curriculum. These things can happen, often they will happen, but this isn't part of the formal contract that I have with the institution, nor is it an object of something that I can make as a legal claim. What this brings me to is the question of how issues of epistemic injustice, which are long-standing and very difficult to change, meet the process of valuation. So what kind of value in the context of knowledge production do we ascribe to knowledge claims that are made by specific kinds of subjects? And we are all specific kinds of subjects. We are embodied. We have voices when we speak. We have ways of writing. We have native languages, sometimes multiple of several native languages. For many people, these languages, or at least one of these languages, is not English, and so on and so forth. And how does this work if systems and principles of evaluation of knowledge production, much like everything else, are not themselves very equal? The paper that, the paper that I have sent and is attached to this program introduces the concept of epistemic positioning to refer to the kind of evaluation of knowledge claims that serves to reduce the value of what is being said. There are four kinds of epistemic positioning, and I will be, in this particular case, describing or focusing on two, which are the first two, so bounding and domaining. Bounding means designating a knowledge claim as a reflection of personal or something else concerns, so not scientific, not scholarly, not academic. Domaining means designating knowledge claims as somehow constrained to a specific field, based on the speaker's social identity. Non-attribution then means that we often use other people's knowledge claims without attributing those knowledge claims to them. And it becomes much easier if we see certain kinds of knowledge as a function of people's identity rather than as an outcome of knowledge production. Last but not least, this is what makes appropriation, which we recognize under regular or in conventional terms as plagiarism, more likely and easier. But not all kinds of appropriation are actually recognized or identified as plagiarism, and certainly not processed as such. Let's talk about examples. So this is the kind of statement that we would normally see when we talk about bounding. So bounding means interpreting someone's knowledge claim as a function of their identity, or sometimes as a function of their emotional state, or sometimes as a function of their political orientation. Now, obviously, we all sometimes make political claims. We certainly sometimes make claims that are a function of our emotional state. It's just that to some people, that seems to happen more frequently, or to frame it differently, some people's knowledge claims are more likely to be interpreted as either a function of their identity or of one of these things. So for instance, to not necessarily remain limited to economics, women studying women's rights will often, women studying law will often be told that their interest in law is a function of their concern about women's rights. Now, concern, and the reason why I underlined it in this particular case, is because concern is also an emotional state. Whereas, for instance, men's choices in the domain of, well, men's epistemic choices, what men choose to focus on, are often seen as something that is a function of cognitive interests and orientations. So something is interesting or something is difficult or something is a challenging field. Women's are more often seen as a function of something that is somehow connected to their identity or to their own personal experience. Often, when they're involved in fields that do have an applied or policy or politically oriented outcome, and that is certainly the case with economics, their knowledge claims are interpreted as political or as ideological rather than as objects of knowledge.
3 more minutes, Jana.
Almost there. Domaining, similarly, means that your knowledge claim is interpreted as a contribution to a field that is a function of your stated or sometimes inferred identity. So in that sense, it's not only a question of whether you have, as a person, chosen this field or not, but whether you are in a position to choose it. Or to give you a brief summary of what this looks like in, for instance, the field of social theory. If you are a white man and you do theory, you are often designated as a theorist. If you're a woman and you're doing theory, you're most often seen as a feminist theorist. If you're a woman and you're queer and you're doing theory, you're designated as a queer theorist. And if you're designated as a Black feminist theorist, white, male, and everyone who is not that as the exception. Why does this matter? My claim is that associating knowers with domains of knowledge is inherently reductive. So it reinforces this idea that when white men speak, they speak from the position of nowhere, so from a neutral, aperspectival stance, whereas everyone else speaks from something that is already limited. Now, obviously, feminist and standpoint epistemologies have in some ways made a similar claim, but they claim that everyone's standpoint is by definition fragmented and fractal, so that no one actually has a total and a complete and certainly not a neutral view. Clearly, domaining can be a personal choice, so it can be associated with sort of statements that do increase the value of one's knowledge, but it would need to be elective and self-attributional. So I am able to say, well, as an Eastern European woman, I'm saying this, or, as an Eastern European woman, I have a particular insight into this kind of dynamic, but I should not have to be in a position in which whatever I say is being interpreted as something that is a function of the fact that I am a woman or an Eastern European. In other words, in the context of knowledge production that is unequal, it's very difficult to claim that outcomes are outcomes of free or personal choices. Structural inequalities in knowledge production are thus not outcomes of individual biases, be they a question of gender, race, ethnicity, or any other kind of intersectional bias. And that also brings me to the conclusion, which is that remedying inequalities in knowledge production will require a structural intervention into how we measure and value knowledge, not correction of individual bias, not thinking about how perhaps we could pay a little more attention to what women are saying, or be a bit more diligent when we cite references. That is it. I thank you for your attention and I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. Two great talks and both very punctual. Excellent. I don't know if I can't see any questions. I've got a Q&A button, but it's empty. I'm not sure if they're coming anywhere else. Let me start with a question while others may come in some way or another. Please do send questions via chat or whatever. I'm going to be boringly ontological. I enjoyed the talks, and I know this is a small part of both your talks, but I couldn't help noticing the word position was used in various different ways, or things that I think of as positions were used in various different ways. I tend to think of positions as relationally constituted locations where people access rights and obligations and so on. So I think of gender as a position. I know that's controversial. Charu, you talked about gender as an analytical category, but when you came on to talk about policymakers and others, economists who weren't well placed to talk about violence, you talked about their positioning as though it was an ontological category. Yana, you talk about wage laborers, and you ask, well, you were openly positional in the sense I use the term, but you also have a position in the distribution of income, which is a different sort of notion of position. And you talk also about epistemic positioning, how people aren't heard the same way according to certain characteristics. Are these all different notions of positioning? Should they all be different notions of positioning? And just to offer one suggestion, isn't the way the women or discrimination takes place on the basis of gender, race, and so on, isn't that as a result of occupying gender positions, race positions, and so on, the way I understand the term? Isn't that one of the diminished sets of rights that go with being positioned, occupying a particular gender position? I hope in saying that you're not thinking I'm supporting it. I'm just saying, isn't that the way it works? Isn't that the mechanism? So the basic question is positions. Lots of understandings or variations on one. How should we use the term?
I think the question you're asking goes actually to something that is implicit and actually made explicit by Jana, which is the relationship between epistemic knowledge production, which is one way in which both of us use the concept of positionality, which is the positionality of the knowledge creator, has a lot to do with the knowledge. This is a sort of feminist point, which is that while it is not automatic, that just because you occupy a particular position, you will have particular thoughts. And clearly you should not be taught to speak from that position. In a social sense, the mechanisms of knowledge production, because knowledge production is a social activity, are often reflective of the position in the ontological or the position you occupy, in that sense of to be positioned. And so if you're noting that the word is used in two ways, what you're noting is, I think, one of the central contributions of a large number of folks who have done work on the relationship between identity and knowledge creation. So I think it is inevitable that there will be a movement between being positioned in a certain way, which is sort of what you're calling discrimination, and what I would call sort of a systematic oppression, and the types of knowledge that get taken up. Those with privilege and with more choice are much less likely to pay a lot of attention to the structure of constraint. I think, that's part and parcel of the argument. That would be my what I say. That would be my response.
And if I can jump in, I was going to say, I mean, Charishel was basically saying, I think, a much better answer than I would have given. But if I can build on this, I think this is the power element is precisely key, because when we talk about positioning as relational, which I think we all start from and acknowledge, I think this is one of the main contributions of positioning theory, that it refuses to see positioning as something that is already achieved. So it is in some ways always in process, it is always in flux. And I think this is something that is particularly interesting for those of us who work on social processes, that it refuses to, in a manner of speaking, to reify the social world, which, if you would excuse my slightly sort of tongue-in-cheek remark, I think a lot of economics, or certainly economic, well, the ontology that economics implicitly uses, in fact, does. But when we talk about relations, some people like to see relations as automatically dyadic and equal, or at least in principle equal. And obviously, a lot of the frameworks that I use allow for this possibility, and there is hardly a position from which we're completely stripped of power. That usually doesn't happen that way. But in the context of knowledge production, some people and some institutions and so on and so forth, some networks, are in a better position to position other people. So this is precisely what I was emphasizing, which is that, you know, you may make a claim about positioning, and your claim will be interpreted, which is currently what's happening in this interaction, will be interpreted as a reflection of your analysis of the content of positioning as a term within positioning theory, within ontology. In some cases, I could make a claim about positioning, and that claim would be interpreted as an outcome of my frustration because lecturers are paid, or women lecturers are paid less than men lecturers. That would not happen to you. Sorry, you meaning you, Tony. I'm guessing it does happen to Charishel, though, in different ways. And this is precisely what we're talking about. And this isn't, you know, this couldn't only happen in an informal context. Often it will happen in very formal contexts. So.
Okay, thank you. We have some questions coming in now. The first one I have is from Diane Elson. She writes, do the speakers agree that the positionality of white male academics is a factor in definitions of economics as a study of choice rather than the study of gendered, racialized, and colonialized structured institutions? Sorry, we did.
I would agree.
Oh, hang on, yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. More than that, I think not merely a question of choice, but also the way in which vocabulary or perspective that is used is words such as social environment as an abstraction without much specificity about the particular details. So the ability to talk about, well, an individual's choices and decisions will depend on their social environment without actually saying a whole lot about what exactly is inside that social environment, so that there is a complete flattening of the difference of a social environment where there is tremendous volume of violence and a social environment in which there isn't. And sort of thinking that you can theorize those equivalently is, I think, part and parcel also of the mechanisms, so that even when people complicate choice, they complicate it in such banal ways that it fails to address the sort of questions of injustice and inequality. And given that economics is about policy making and about people's very crucial access to resources, and economic equality is a core element of social equality, I think that that is absolutely a problem, even as we move away from narrow homo economicus. Yes.
I would add that, I mean, this is definitely true, but I think it bears mentioning that to some degree, the choice of, or the delineation of what is considered the foundational or the proper object of study of academic fields is itself a historical process. So it is a process of negotiation. Yeah. And there are many, and I think some of us are often complicit in elevating certain kinds of epistemic objects, in this particular case, choice, onto, or allowing them to kind of become the core epistemic object of a discipline, and perhaps downplaying others. And, you know, as someone who has doctorates in both sociology and anthropology, two disciplines that otherwise could not be, at least from my point of view, more closely related, I'm fully aware of what I believe Freud referred to as the narcissism of small differences, which is emphasizing precisely the difference between sociology and anthropology, which were an outcome of the drive of both disciplines to legitimize their existence, often in contradistinction from one another, but also often in the context of the fact that one of them was initially, or had initially developed, had initially been legitimized as a colonial discipline, basically as the study of the colonized peoples, often in order to help colonial administrators administer them more efficiently.
So just as one example of boundary formation, and this in the early days in the formation of International Social for Feminist Economics, Tony will remember this exchange where a focus was by a very famous economist on bargaining in households. And he had given this paper, and me and a colleague stood up and said, well, you know, this way of describing choice and bargaining doesn't make sense. And in particular, the example given was about the idea of whether or not it makes sense to talk about women's mobility or lack of mobility in Palestine purely through the lens of culture. That is, you know, that maybe there is more going on there. And we were told, well, this is, and this was about labor market mobility. And we were told, well, what a very interesting point, but surely you should be in anthropology. That this is right, this is where you go. And so absolutely, I think that the constitution of the object of knowledge is a key element. And from one reason I wanted to highlight the constitution of the nation state as a self-evident object of, it's not just the domain of knowledge as economy, sociology, political science, but it's also the constitution of the ontological object as the individual or the social, or the economy is self-evidently the nation state. Both of those, I think, end up having some very concrete historical origins that need to be unpacked. So thank you for that. That's sort of both the boundary formation and the object of analysis, I think, are part of that.
Tony, just to let you know that Alan and Henrietta, they have their hands up.
And sorry, there's also a question from Indira in Q&A that I think we should also pick up on. So
I
just,
do know
just to
what,
flag that as well.
Yes, I'm aware of all that. I just couldn't unmute myself. I apologize. Yes, a question from Alan Kerman.
Unmute, there we are. No, that's very, very interesting, both presentations. And I had two rather primitive and simple questions, really. One is the first speaker, I can't remember how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. You talked about citizens quite a bit, and the notion of citizens being somehow embodied in your status, but what a citizen is actually varies a lot from country to country. And I wondered whether you had an idea about the impact of that. The fact that, for example, in France, one candidate now is proposing to go back to citizenship based only on heritage, on blood, whereas we have the normal practices, of course, that it's also based on where you're born and so forth. So I would just be interested to know whether you think that those sort of arrangements, which of course are a way of people positioning the people who actually belong to this entity, whether that has had an impact. And you remember, of course, that France, unfortunately, was, I think, almost the last sort of major country to have women enfranchised. I think it was only 1944 that they became enfranchised. And my second question was for Jana. You talked about the way in which people are judged and so forth. But one of the interesting things in France is that in areas where it could not be possible to discriminate, for example, if you're a woman civil servant, you are supposed to have a pay on a scale which is only dependent on the rank at which you're. Now, of course, you could say, well, women don't get to those ranks, but actually that turns out not to be true either, that men get paid more in the same rank than women simply by giving them prime or bonuses. So it turns out that men who have the same rank as women actually get paid more on average because of these extra things which don't really get sort of formally counted. So I just like, those are two notions of discrimination, which I think these things are very difficult to pick up. And sometimes when people say this is an equal situation, it's far from being that.
I can go first. Absolutely. I do think that there are two elements to this that I think it is absolutely central to pay close attention to the particular ways in which citizenship rights are granted and how that differs nation to nation. And one of the reasons for this is that two elements that are core for discussions in economics. One is labor market participation, the right to participate in the labor market in a way that's recognized, and to access to social services by the state, which are both core, sort of what services you can access in terms of social welfare benefits from the state and so on, are very much tied to citizenship. And so, of course, the ways in which citizenship is given really matters in those contexts. Being from India, where we are right in the middle of a sort of really brutal effort to disenfranchise lots of people, I could hardly be unaware of that. But I think that I would like to note going further that the issue is not merely that different countries will do it differently. The issue is that we already are in a situation where there are large numbers of people who do not actually have a state they belong to. That is, people who are stateless. And since the United Nations places the right to belong to a state as one of fundamental rights post-World War II, and because so much of policy is done through the activity of assumed relation to a state, which will be the thing that sort of redistributes towards you or for you, I think that this problem of statelessness is one that we also do need to place at a center of a large volume of discussion about macroeconomics of inequality and poverty. Thanks.
I'll pick up on the bonuses thing. I definitely, I mean, by the way, because I study inequalities in knowledge production as my narrow field of specialism, and when you factor those in terms of the UK labor force, the difference is even more pronounced. So it is definitely the case that bonuses and extra pay, and I mean, everything that's not part of the official pay package or the contracted pay package make a lot of difference, especially when it comes to senior managers. But I think they also speak to another thing, which is precisely the informal valuation of work. The fact that, and this has become in the UK newly prominent as at least those of us that are members of the university and college union are currently engaged in something that's called working to contract, which is refusing to do stuff that is beyond what we are formally contracted to do for our employer. So in that sense, a lot of the work as part of this exercise, one of the things that I have done is mapped out everything that, for instance, me and other colleagues who are women and colleagues who are men do by way of volunteering, so by way of our regular jobs. And there is definitely a difference in that, and especially in the context of, say, care labor, which also means engaging with students in different kinds of ways. I myself am leading the equality, diversity, and inclusion lead for the department. So for instance, a lot of the work that I do is in some ways part of my formal role, but not part of the knowledge production that I do. And I'm still paid as much as someone who isn't doing all of that. So in that sense, what I'm particularly interested in, and this is why the example of civil servants in France you're raising is particularly interesting for me, is precisely the reproduction of inequalities in formally equal systems. So in systems that formally ban discrimination, because I think this is precisely what we're often seeing. So everyone can in principle have, and I mean what Churchill has brought in, which is the question of stateless persons is another very good example of this. We tend to think of citizenship regimes as something that at least enables equality, and inequality qua individual participation, and that is palpably not the case. And I think the same goes for systems that enable formally equal pay. I mean, by which I do also mean they're much better than systems that formally enable unequal pay, but yeah.
Okay, a question from Indira Mahendravada on the face of it addressed to Jana. It says, very interesting, Jana, but what kind of structural changes in policies do you suggest?
I'm glad you asked this, because I think this is an important question. I'm not going to answer it in any detail now, because I think it would completely take the discussion off course. But I do think that, I mean, along the lines of what Alan has just said and the conversation that has ensued from that, unless we really address the way in which knowledge is recognized and valued, and that's not only within the academia, it's obviously also within industry, where a lot of knowledge claims are used and analyzed in different ways. It's in the media. and it's in publishing, not only academic publishing, etc., etc. I don't think we have a way of engaging with this, because otherwise it does boil down to the question of uniquely individual responsibility. And I don't think that individual responsibility or incentives that target individual perceptions, biases, or choices, for that matter, are sufficient to address this.
Just to extend that, and this go to either of you, I mean, should we be focusing just on the ways in which, say, people gendered in particular ways are discriminated against, say, in the academy, or is it better to get rid of the whole idea of gender?
I think that Jana pointed out that these are historic processes. So when you make the argument, is it better to get rid of the whole idea of gender, the question would become, what institutional way would you get rid of it? How would you handle, say, childcare? To what extent would you be able to engage in actions that promote a sort of substantial change? Because there is a sort of question about the difference between a sort of formalized elimination. This is like the people who say things like, oh, I don't see race, you know, I don't care if you're black or brown or green, and then you start to wonder how many green men do you see on a daily basis, or, you know, that sort of easy push to get rid of something. I think you need to think of how to transform it, or how to address kind of substantive particular things. And it is changing. I mean, it's already changing very clearly in terms of the ways in which people use pronouns, and the ways in which people have expanded the modes by which they talk about identity and so on. But whether or not that has resulted in a leveling of the field is a completely distinct question. And so I think, Tony, it's it's not going to come like Athena from Zeus's head fully formed. It's going to take a lot of substantial political and institutional will. Thank you.
It's actually a really good example you've taken just there, because in the analysis of a lot of sort of recent analysis, including feminist analysis of the classical myths, Athena is obviously recognized as the sort of embodiment. Athena is basically this sort of white neoliberal feminist who sides with the boys in order to establish the city. And this is why she emerges from Zeus's head, because obviously even the idea that she might emerge from a woman's womb needs to be denied in order for her to be kind of truly one with the boys and truly one of the polis. And I'm not, you know, it's an interpretation, so clearly much like with other issues of antiquity, we'll obviously never know, but it is certainly it's an interesting interpretation. I want to briefly respond also to Tony's point, which is precisely, you know, going back to the question of what gender is, and if you see gender and other kinds of social categories as an outcome of positioning, which I definitely do, then it's almost as if the question should be the other way around, which is, if we had a truly equal system, would gender or ethnicity, race, or anything else even be a salient social distinction? And my guess is very likely not, or certainly not in that way. I mean, that's like saying, imagine we had discrimination on the basis of eye color. You know, why should we get, you know, should we gouge out people's eyes out in order to prevent it? Should we get rid of eye color as a thing? No, we should get rid of discrimination. And then hopefully the difference between the color of people's eyes would make no difference at all, would not be a salient difference. So in that sense, to me, that's always a bit like, oh no, shouldn't we have a communist revolution first, and then gender inequality will disappear by in and of itself? I mean, as they would say, it's a non-question.
Okay, but if I can just take a second to elaborate, though, you talked about gender coming first and then categories. I think of it the other way around. People are categorized in some basis: skin color, district they're born in, perceived reproductive capacities, whatever. Once they're categorized, they tend to be allocated en masse to a particular position, particular gender position, race position, whatever, with different sets of rights and obligations. And that's where discrimination starts. It's, for me, gender is the social construction. Getting rid of it would not get rid of childcare, would not get rid of differences in people. It would just get rid of differences based arbitrarily on nothing, a hierarchy based on history. So perhaps we understand gender differently.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take over the discussion. There is another question, isn't there?
Tony, I think in here, sorry.
Henrietta wants to ask a question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for wonderful interventions, both of them, really enjoyable. I just wanted to ask both of you whether you thought we might want to broaden our kind of critique of pre-theoretical assumptions a little bit, just away from choice, towards other really important ideas in economics like efficiency and productivity, because clearly markets cannot, in their nature, treat all bodies and identities the same. And that, of course, is the history that capitalism and colonialism have bequeathed to us, because the huge amount of money that industrialization based on fossil fuels and minerals made for some people was based on doing certain things to the bodies and identities of others. And that process is pretty much continued. It's there in the welfare state, very deeply embedded. And it's there in the way we think about problems of choice in the labor market, for example. So point Jan made just a second ago, but so people obviously don't choose the way they enter the labor market, not in any sensible sense. And this idea that we now have modern labor markets that would be perfectly functioning if only people realized that they were basically entrepreneurial individuals, and that their problem is that they haven't acquired the right skills. So that's where the problem starts, right? But here I think we need to think more about what Cheryl was saying about the relationship between systemic violence and extraction in the whole way we think about economic value. So economic value is something that we extract out of people and out of the natural world. So all of this discussion about how we're going to level up the UK and indeed every other nation in Europe by improving productivity, I think is all of this seems to me to be something that we could extend the brilliant critique that both of you gave to. And I think if we could come to the notion of productivity, we might come to something that modern macroeconomics is very hung up about, because it doesn't really understand it or appear to.
I think that is spot on. I think that Julie Nelson, for example, really has been great at talking about the need to move to a concept of provisioning as opposed to one of productivity, efficiency, as sort of a basis for that. So I do believe that plus for example, I'm quite active in a group that does, the solidarity economy, for example. Yep. And it's very clear that, so I'm part of Feminist Radical Political Economy Network, there's about 7-8 of us, and we've been thinking about social provisioning and social reproduction under COVID, for example. It was very clear that it was not productivism, but mutual aid, for example, that was at the center in large parts of the world, including in Seattle, for really enabling people just to be able to access food, being able to do grocery shopping for each other. There was a very different modality by which people responded with in this moment. So I do think concepts of efficiency and productivity are deeply problematic, but I think they are also concepts that let me put it this way: these are concepts, growth-based, industrial-based concepts, are concepts that you can have that both suggest that prosperity is not actually linked to systemic violence or extractive processes, and promise that you can achieve prosperity without redistribution or without a serious reconsideration of how we organize social provisioning. And I think that therefore, without changing that, that you can't actually address many of the issues we're raising without precisely making the move that you suggest we make. So thank you for that.
I will definitely, I mean, I would second this. I just put in the chat something that I've written about a year and a half ago. Often, I mean, obviously in the wake of the first fallout from COVID, but really thinking about as an outcome of a longer reflection of how institutions of knowledge production, even when they claim and truly, I believe in some ways aim to do good, are so deeply implicated in the extractive logic of capitalism, which is also, as we know, sort of a historical, an outcome of historical processes, including colonialism and colonial extraction, and the way in which it continues to the present day, that it really becomes difficult to even unthink that thread, let alone do it. And the particular challenge, and this is what has been, I think, at the core of my work, is obviously the challenge that we have to do it whilst we're thinking about it, and that we have to think about it whilst we're doing it, often in ways that involve ourselves continuing to commit, or at least to be complicit in and not very much actively engaged in resisting extant structural violence. And, you know, as someone who works at a university, I often raise the issue of the fact that universities in the UK are basically funded off the social growth or social expansion of the Chinese middle class. Chinese students pay twice the tuition fees that so-called home/home EU students do. So in that sense, in some ways, we are all, I mean, I am literally able to do my work in part thanks to something that is a post-colonial, neo-colonial form of relation. So I think in that sense, it's really important to bear this in mind. And I think it's really important to acknowledge the full challenge of what addressing these things mean, because I think we often do this very partially, in the sense of like, oh yes, well, you know, let's aim to have, I don't know, sustainable cutlery at our conferences when they are in person, but then not thinking about the fact that, I don't know, digital networks, including the one that enables this particular conferences, are themselves, you know, based, first of all, very unequal, and second of all, based on mining that goes on at this very minute, so as we speak. So that kind of thing, but which is not saying, you know, which is not saying we should put this aside. On the contrary, I think perhaps this, you know, should be something that we address first or keep addressing. So thank you for that.
The impossible no to the structure you inhabit so intimately.
According to my clock, there's 30 seconds left of this session. I think that's probably not enough time to ask for another question. Sorry, Carolina. So unless either of the two speakers wants to add anything more, I'll wrap up and thank them both for two excellent contributions. My understanding is we now break for 5 minutes to go and do what we want to do. Is that right?
Yes, Tony. Yes, that's right. Thank you very much, Tony. Let me just, yeah, we're going to go for 5 minutes break. And because I'm in a place with a lot of background, I actually missed the opportunity to introduce our chair, which everybody knows, which is Tony Lawson, who kindly actually agreed to be here and actually did a fantastic job as a chair. And for those who want to know more about social positioning theory, by the way, Tony has just a paper coming, it came up November, right, on social positioning theory in the Cambridge Journal of Economics. And yeah, that was a fantastic talk. I think I have a comment, if you can hold before I go for a break, which is related to this systemic violence that Charu talked about. And of course, with entire Jana's discussion on knowledge production, I've been by coincidence reading about a college in the US, which has a fantastic kind of, the student body is very mixed, and it comes from a working class background. And the discussion there is how that creates an environment for kind of radical economics, how we can teach radical economics, and the students are much more welcoming to that. And one student in particular comment recently, which was, you know, they are going through Becker's rational choice theory, and that the student mentioned, well, clearly Gary Becker obviously has never experienced poverty. And that was very, very telling. So I think this is a good way to finish that discussion as well. So we're gonna go for a break. Then we have another amazing chair coming up with Sue Himmelwit, which also, she doesn't need introduction, here in the UK, a fantastic feminist economist who will be chairing the next session on identity and economic men. Thank you, Sue, for accepting. Sue, I mean, I always like to highlight as well to everybody read her work, especially in economics of care, which I'm very biased because I think it's amazing. And Sue is also very much involved with the Women's Budget Group, also doing feminist economics, but in a very, let's say, applied way, in the sense of being intervening in policy. So yeah, so watch out for the next session, please. See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Carolina. Sue, you're all ready? Yeah. And is Julie Nelson on?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, terrific. Okay. Fantastic. And we have John. So, hi, Julie. Welcome. Very nice to see you.
And just what time do we actually start the next session?
We start in about 2 minutes, actually. Yeah, 2 minutes exactly. So
if I can
Hi,
say,
Julie, nice you're here. Nice to see you.
Sue and Sue, I'd like to
Can I
post
just
slides.
go to the loo before you ask me anything else?
Angus, I'll speak to you then.
Yep.
I'd like to post slides, so share screen at some point.
That's fine. That's absolutely no problem. Do you know how to do that? You're all okay to do that, or?
Well, presumably yes. I've done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
Sometimes
too. So I will need share screen when mine comes up as well.
Fabulous. So I'm sure you're both complete professionals at this. Yeah.
No, you still might have to ask me to unmute. I mean, that's something I still screw up 2 years later.
That's the same as everybody else in the world, Julie. Everybody forgets that. So that's totally acceptable. I'm very much looking forward to what both of you have to say. And I guess we'll start as soon as Sue returns. Yeah, perfect timing. Sue, it is 15:24 by my clock, so we have about, I don't know, 30 seconds or so before we start, and then I guess you'll take it away, as they say.
Yeah, okay. And where is it? What should I say about people with questions? Where is it best to do it?
Well, so people can often put these in different places. So some people type them into the chat, in which case it's usually a question of reading them out. Or if you look at the participants button, people put their hand up there and you can unmute them and allow them to ask the question if you feel confident to do that, is usually the way to do it.
Right. And Carolina said she'd help me if I missed any.
Yep. So Carolina and I will both we'll keep an eye out on these things and send
but
you.
do you want people? Shall I say they should do it in the chat or they should do it in the Q&A box? Well,
people tend to put it in different places, to be honest with you. So the chat, I think, is the easiest, but we'll keep an eye out on the other places as well, and we'll send you direct messages so you see them. We'll send you direct messages in the chat so you see anything that might be going on around you.
Okay. All right. That sounds fine.
Okay. So it's over to you.
Okay. Well, hello, welcome to this session. We've just had a fantastic one previous to this, but welcome to any newcomers who've just arrived. We've got a great session on identity in economics coming up, and two fantastic speakers. I'd just like to say before we start a little bit about how feminist economics has looked at the issue of identity. Well, not so much identity, but how individuals are formed. Because one of the real contributions that feminist economics has brought to economics is to look actually how people are formed. And some of you will know that there now exist macroeconomic models that incorporate care into that. And we could do more of that. This is bringing in human reproduction, but feminist economics also, and this is more with its micro hat on, rejects the rational choice model with its very clear separation between constraints and preferences. And indeed, one of the speakers today, Julie Nelson, edited a book called Beyond Economic Man that made that very clear. And it's really some time ago, she can tell you the date. But it's very necessary if you're going to take account of gender norms, because the whole idea of gender norms, which are so crucial to thinking about feminist economics, or all the issues that feminist economics takes up, they can't be captured well as either internal preferences or external constraints. So I would say that the feminist economics in both ways, both in terms of human reproduction and in terms of identity formation, says that it's really important to look at the individual as formed by society and the economy. So another way to put that is if you claim that macroeconomics needs micro foundations, well, we also need macro foundations for microeconomics. And I think we have two speakers who have quite a lot to say about that. Once we recognize that there's positive feedback, if you like, that the behavior shapes the environment, which shapes attitudes, which shapes behavior, it means that different economies can take very different development paths over gender relations. And that's one of the important tasks of feminist economics, is to explain really why you do see such big differences between economies in gender relations and some things that are very similar. My own research in the 1990s looked at a little bit at how gender role attitudes change as the gender roles did themselves. That we looked at views as to whether mothers should look after their children, stay at home to look after their children themselves, and saw that through the 1990s, as behavior changed, so did attitudes change. And economic theory would explain very well how attitude change might change behavior, but not very good at explaining the other. There are psychological theories that do that, in particular theory of cognitive dissonance, which Maria and Sigala and I, who worked on this, used then, and other people have in other contexts. but the main thing is that it really has important policy implications to think that if you can, the policy might change attitudes as well as behavior. So while it's normally thought that gender role attitudes may slow down the effects of policy change, you can also get tipping points. And again, through the 1990s, in this country, at the start of the decade, not many working class women thought children could thrive in childcare. But through policy changes, a change in the childcare regime changed some mothers' behaviors, and that change of some mothers' behavior seemed to change attitudes and change the behavior of other mothers, so that by the end of the decade, the notion of putting your children in childcare was far more normalized than it was at the beginning of the decade. And we talked about this as a policy multiplier, that policies can have much more effect in the long run than they do immediately. And so you get three-way interconnections between the macro environment, between policy and individual attitudes and behavior. But the way we theorized that was not very deep and said very little really about how these interconnections work, in particular how individual identities are formed at a deeper level than simply in terms of expressed attitudes. And these are areas that I think that both John and Julie, that we have here now as speakers, have worked on and have written really interesting work. And they're both people I count as friends, and whose work that for both I'd say is at the boundaries of philosophy and economics I have admired over many years. And I hope that they will explore that in more depth in this session. So welcome to you both. And I'm afraid I've forgotten which of you is supposed to go first. John, okay, welcome. Here's John Davis. He can tell you who he is.
Thank you, Sue. Let me put my slides up. Are they there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I'm waiting for my screen to come up.
It didn't, it's now disappeared again.
It's not there.
Yes, it is. It's come.
Yeah, now it is.
Okay. So thank you, Sue, for that kind introduction and interesting set of remarks about the policy multiplier idea. I thought that was quite important. And thank you to the organizers of the conference for their invitation to participate. I'm quite interested to talk about the individual, as people who know my work will not be surprised to hear. In my view, the fundamental barrier, the linchpin of standard mainstream neoliberal economics is its individual conception. And I think heterodox people often, progressive economists often underestimate the risk and consequences of implicitly or even explicitly still using the atomistic asocial homo economicus conception. And so for me, the foundation of progressive work to not have our work corrupted by that reactionary concept is an alternative view of what the person is. And that idea of what a person is, in my view, requires that we think about identity. Because if you ask what a person is or who a person is, you're asking what is the identity of the person. And there's many ways to talk about identity, of course, across the different disciplines as well. But I think for us in our field, it's social identity. So a person is identified in a socially embedded way when we actually make use of the concepts of social identity. And so that's how I will proceed today. And I will give kind of an illustrative account of how that social identity concept can be put to work. So let's meet Alicia. She's an individual who has, and here's the introduction of the social identity concept, it's a social group identity concept, or as it's
John,
referred.
can I just stop you for a moment? Have you changed your slides?
Change my slides? Yes, I just
have
advanced it.
you moved on in your slides? Because it hasn't actually moved on the screen that we have. And it may be because you're still on the, maybe you need to go down to the presentation mode.
Can you see this?
No.
Yeah.
Can you see
No,
that?
No, it still just looks at the first page, the title page.
I don't understand what the problem is. I never
No,
had this problem.
I've been in sessions before where this has happened for people, but I don't know what the solution was.
Yeah, I think if you go into slideshow, that somehow works it out, I think. Can you manage that?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let me try again. I really cannot figure out what has happened to me here.
John, I honestly think it was fine. It was just to switch to presentation mode, then it would be easier. If you go back to sharing the screen, perhaps we can direct you to change
I
the
can't even
presentation.
get my cursor to go to share the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. Perhaps you can send your slides to me, Angus or Richard, then you can just share. And you can just carry on talking until we receive, and then we start sharing. I mean, it is a solution. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yes, you might like to swap around for Julie and then send them to us and we can run your slides.
John, what's happening? Are you?
So who should I send it to? Angus, Richard or Angus or who?
Angus is fine.
Do you think?
Maybe we should move to Julie.
Would that be all right, Julie? Should we stop?
Whilst we sort the technical problem out, no?
I'm almost there.
It might take a little while for it to come through then.
Yeah, I just set mine and I'm also queued up to talk if you'd like me.
I think you should. I think let's go ahead, Julie, and then we'll come back to John's talk. I'm planning to do questions for both together anyway. So I think
Let me see if my PowerPoint works any better. I also have a PDF and I also sent it. Let's see, which one's my PowerPoint?
So I have sent mine ahead, and Julie, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you see that title slide?
Yeah,
And if I advance it?
and it moved. Yes, that's
Okay.
fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just did screen share and presentation mode. But anyway, okay. So I thought well, first of all, thank you to Carolina and Angus for inviting me here. And it's great to see old friends like Sue and John and a little bit of the folks that were at the earlier session. So I thought this was an interesting set of things to bring together, because most macroeconomists do not think very much about individuals and certainly don't think a whole lot about women when doing macroeconomics. And in fact, I looked up a definition of, of Macroeconomics and Investopedia says explicitly, macroeconomics deals with the performance, structure, and behavior of the entire economy, in contrast to microeconomics, which is more focused on the choices made by individual actors. So why do we bring the individual in at all? And certainly women, economists tend to think of this as maybe something for applied micro labor economics, but certainly not for them. So my answer in summary, and then I will elaborate it. Let me find my advancing thing, is that, and obviously Sue and John and everybody else here has talked about that macro reflects gendered biases about what makes a human being. And I mean, not only a human being as we exist as actors in society and the economy, but also what makes a scientist, what makes for reliable knowledge. That all aspects of these things that are stereotypically associated with women have been banished. And I only had 25 minutes today, so I decided what to focus on. Many ways I could have gone with this, but I want to particularly point out for macro that these biases reduce our ability to deal exactly with those kinds of things that affect the behavior of the entire economy. They reduce our ability to prevent or adequately deal with major global and economic crises. We tend to just focus on GDP, unemployment, on inflation, and have models based on the idea it should be able to control and even forecast these things. And I think that's made the macroeconomics group profession quite myopic and quite out of touch with what people need from economies these days. Sorry, I am getting lost in my notes here. Wasn't quite ready. Okay. So on to the claims. Some of the things that we think of as defining the discipline of economics, things like markets and money, reason, goal of efficiency. We have independent agents, of course, a big focus of today, focus on prediction and control, like I mentioned, macroeconomic forecasting, and overwhelmingly quantitative methodologies. And we discovered in the late 1980s, early 90s, drawing on historians and philosophers and other folks, that a binary understanding of gender was behind the formation not only of economics, but of most of Enlightenment science. And I'm going to be talking in gender binaries this whole talk, not that we haven't also exploded that idea in a lot of ways, but historically it was very important. And I would argue that it's also still very important in contemporary psyches and contemporary ideas about what's worthwhile and what's not. So let's look at what got left out of this definition of economics. Talking about markets as being these arm's length sort of things, we have missed social life, we've missed family life, we've missed how people relate to each other, except through money. We've missed our ethical and normative values. We've put everything down to a common measuring rod of money. Emphasizing reason, intellect, rational choice, we've neglected emotion. Efficiency means you try to get absolutely the most out of everything. We forget about equity, fairness a lot. That comes in like chapter 18 in a principles book. And we also forget about resilience. Resilience sometimes requires redundancy, backup systems. If they're never used, they look terribly inefficient. So we have not really looked at those. Independent agents, of course, ignore interdependence and dependencies. Another thing I want to focus on, prediction and control, tends to ignore the unexpected, the chaotic. And if you think of how those are represented in myth and common language, Fortuna is a female figure in mythology. We talk about Lady Luck in gambling, the unexpected, the chaotic. Some people think of patriarchal religions as coming out of the chaos of a matriarchal source. So all of these things about chaos and unexpected also got removed. And then, of course, there's this idea that women don't really do math, and we're all about words and that kind of thing. All of these things, you notice, that got booted out or stereotypically associated with femininity. Now, if you recognize this, and I think it's pretty hard not to, there are still various ways you could go with it, and some of which I don't find helpful. One is to say, well, obviously economics is just fine. This is the hard, rigorous stuff. The rest of that's the soft stuff we'll leave to philosophy and sociology. I believe that's entirely inadequate for reasons I will be showing. Another way to address this is to flip, say economics is destroying the world. We've got inequality, we've got climate change. It's totally failed, it's totally evil. We have to flip entirely over to the right-hand side. Talk about having fair, absolutely egalitarian economies based entirely on sharing, et cetera. And math is evil and all of that. That's also just taking one side. We might also think that, well, male economists can do masculine economics and female economists can do some kind of feminine economics. I also think that's rather silly. I trained in standard economics just fine. Thank you very much. So what I would rather do is, rather than keep these columns separate, I think of each of them as half of a deck. You know, a deck usually has 52 cards. Each of these halves has 26. Try to play poker with that. You know, it's not going to work very well. So let's try to do economic analysis with a full deck. And I'm going to explore this at two levels. One is just going over some feminist economic concepts going back to the early 90s, really, about the individual. Maybe I won't spend too much time on that because Sue has already talked about that somewhat. And then, you know, why does this matter for this behavior of the entire economy, this subject matter we hear of macroeconomics? So first, the individual. We tend to think of people as being either autonomous individuals or not really there at all. And I say we in terms of historical ways of thinking about men as individuals. Men as individual heroes, they go out and achieve, they're entirely independent. Somebody is cooking for them, somebody is washing their clothes, somebody brought them up when they were a child. That person doesn't get recognized. So we came up with, this was actually working off some terms introduced by a theologian, this idea that our usual way of thinking about human beings is on the diagonal, individual or to soluble. Soluble just means dissolved, is not really seen as an individual at all. The classic example of this is in British common law. It was said that the two become one at marriage and the one is the husband. So the wife just dissolves into that identity. And as feminist economics, as feminist thinkers and feminist economists, we started thinking about a more relational understanding, and not a relationship that just merges into solubility, but how are people both individual personalities, et cetera, some individual agency, but also deeply related to each other, deeply embedded, deeply influenced by how we grew up. What we had for breakfast even influence. We're deeply embedded in this natural and social world. And so, in fact, the image of rational economic man is this extreme we called separative. It's actually a dream, it's a myth. Both separative and soluble selves are mythical. In actuality, we are both individual and related. So that was a little quick review of that. What about going on to the behavior of the entire economy? How does this analysis fit into that? I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about research I've done over the last few years. And it's going to take off from this particular point that these psychologists have pointed out, that according to the psychology literature, too little risk aversion. That is too little fear, too much of a willingness to take big risks, may be associated with what they called unrealistic illusions of control. And these unrealistic illusions of control suppress the feelings of anxiety that might otherwise serve to warn of danger. So psychologists have pointed out the danger of too little risk aversion. If you turn to the economics literature, there is a big behavioral economics literature that is entirely devoted to showing that the people who have too much risk aversion are women, and that too much risk aversion is bad. So that it is masculine to take a lot of risks. It is feminine to be cautious and careful. Some little samples of this literature. People also look at things like competition and social altruism, those sorts of things, but risk is one of the big things people look at. Why do women take fewer risks than men? Girls will be girls, will women be women? Strong evidence on gender differences in risk taking. And I wondered about this. As a feminist, came into feminism in the 1970s, there was a lot of work on stereotypes done back then. And this sounded more stereotypical to me than what I know of men and women in real life. So I was suspicious of this literature. But on the other hand, I'm also a serious empirical researcher, and I wanted to find out if this was true. You know, if the data actually says this, maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's other explanations for attitudes towards risk other than genetics. It could be social pressure kinds of things. But is it even true that women take fewer risks than men? Most of this literature was based either on, a lot of it is experimental, based on experimental lotteries, some based on things like investment data, and some based on survey data. And what I saw a lot of this literature reinforcing was something like this. This is a little quote from the Freakonomics radio show, where Stephen Dubner asked the person to talk for a minute about categorical differences between men and women that have shown up in some research. Competition, bargaining, there could have been risk in there, et cetera. Well, of course, if you talk about categorical differences, you mean women do things one way, men do things another way. And so that's the image in his head, clearly in this host head. And the person, the economist that was being interviewed, did not contest this, just went on to go to describe what they believe the literature has found to be categorical. That histogram at the bottom is what's in people's heads. I also looked into philosophy and linguistics. And as soon as you say women are more this or that than men, people automatically tend to think categorically. What the literature actually found was something quite different. Going back to the data, this is one of the bigger differences found. I did meta-analyses, 2 different meta-analyses of different parts of this literature. And this was a fairly large gender difference. Notice it is not at all categorical. Men and women are all mixed together there in the categories. They claimed that this was showed a lot of gender difference because the mean of the male distribution and female distribution were statistically significantly different. So statistical significant difference between means has been confused with some kind of essential difference between the sexes. So fundamental, category error here. We think one thing, our data is something else, but we believe that if we believe that categorical difference, we automatically read it onto that difference in means, as though it's like this instead of like this. So in other words, what I, and by the way, I also found a whole lot of publication bias and explicit confirmation bias. So this was from a study that looked at essentially 3 different samples in 4 different countries. So 12 different measures of risk aversion. This was the only one that was statistically significant at the 5% level. They declared in their conclusion a victory for gender difference and recommended, this was a survey of financial advisors, that women clients should be matched with women financial advisors so that they get advised in the obviously feminine style. I don't see a feminine style in here, but this is pretty endemic to this literature. Now, why did I go into this behavioral economics literature, and we're supposed to be talking about macro? Well, it really confirms to me that economists share a wide social belief that it is masculine to take risks. And it is feminine to do things like feel fear and to not take risks. Could that cause problems? Well, let's take a look at a few of the big world behavior events that affect economies. Financial crisis, big, risky, dangerous event. Economists got caught absolutely flat-footed. This wasn't in any of the forecasts. This was totally unexpected, seemed, certainly unfolded in a chaotic sort of way, affected people all around the world, global financial issue. Economists didn't see it coming. They weren't looking in the right places to see it coming. And in fact, a focus on efficiency and free markets helped bring it on. Ecological crisis, including climate change, massive, huge. We're already, having floods and droughts and record-breaking fires and everything else. Displaced populations. This stuff is all already happening from climate change. Water shortages, and on and on. And it's going to get bigger. It's going to get worse. All the forecasts of scientists are that things are happening faster. And you look at most macro models, and there's still stories about infinite GDP growth. We're still playing in a sandbox that is nowhere near what the world needs from economists these days. So again, and most of the, there are some dissenting voices like Nicholas Stern, but a lot of economists prefer to say, well, we've got a technological growth factor. Technology will grow and take care of it, so therefore we don't have to worry. I think we do have to worry. I think we need to worry a lot. Also, global health crisis, including COVID-19. Certainly the SARS scare some years back could have given us a clue that this sort of thing could happen and could happen over and over. But again, not only economists, but a lot of the world caught absolutely flat-footed by not paying attention to the things that could cause problems, those chaotic and unexpected things that could happen. Well, how could you, if things are unexpected, how could you try to address them? Well, some of these things are somewhat expected. If you look in the right place and you think in terms of resilience, instead of always in terms of efficiency, resilience implies that you create your structures, you create your systems to be able to withstand some shocks. You create your financial systems to be able to withstand shocks. You are more careful about introducing new technologies that change the environment because they could have unexpected effects. Similarly for health things. We could have built different kinds of systems. We could have been looking out not just for things to go at their optimum, the best of the best, but what are these worst case scenarios that we should be fearing? And how could we start to address and build economies that would be more stable when they hit? Coming back to gender, this is another little, call this a gender value compass I built in another paper. I think economists have been very big on the male hero, bravery, that, not feeling fear is being brave. Actually, being brave is feeling the fear and doing something anyway. But we have this idea somehow that the hero never even feels fear. Men are allowed to feel anger. Everything else, sadness, fear, etc., has been culturally put onto women historically. And, you're an old wife, you're the old crone sitting, isolated in the forest, totally out of things. If you, and believing in old wives' tales, etc. If you don't get on the bandwagon and think, technology and bravery is going to get us through. Well, again, what is missed? There's an image of a wise grandmother who's been through a few things that those young guys in their 20s maybe haven't seen. Maybe been through a few wars, been through a famine, been through a flood, knows more about these unexpected things than these young heroes, and maybe knows that you have to be careful. Maybe knows that you have to take care of things so that they become resilient and strong against these unexpected things. And then in the psychology literature on risk and risk aversion, they notice the problems about too little risk aversion causing unrealistic illusions of control and suppressing the feelings of anxiety that might otherwise serve to warn of danger. That's the image of the fool, someone who's just reckless, someone who doesn't have the sense to be afraid and to take precautions against something else, something bad that's coming. So I think economists, in trying to personify the masculine brave side, have actually fallen very much into the foolish and reckless side, ignoring these large things going on in the world. And we need to obviously be brave enough to face our fears and try to address things, but try to address them with care and an outlook for the long term.
Now, how 3 more minutes.
What? How long?
3 more minutes.
Okay, I can finish up in that.
Good.
So basically, I just have images. How do we bring together this idea of the economy and care? If you Google these things, you end up with stuff like this. They don't look very compatible. The white mother with a very white baby on a white background. If you ever heard of a baby, you know that that's dangerous. But anyway, you get these very ideal, economics is all about quantifying, care is all about uchi coochie, right? I have in other works talked about some other images. Diligent husbandry. A shepherd here is running a business and also caring out for the health and protection of the sheep. If you want a more feminine image, care of this mother and baby at home is pretty weak if she's dependent on someone else for income, dependent on someone else for protection, dependent on someone else to make sure her child, if it's a girl, is not discriminated against, etc. We need care that's powerful. So we have Michelle Obama in a historic poster here. So husbandry, powerful care. These are things that could get, I think, macroeconomics to addressing those great financial, ecological, and human bodily health weaknesses that are slamming our national and global economies around. While economists play with their models. And a few references. If anybody wants copies of these slides, I'd be happy to share them.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Julie. That was tremendous. I think we should go straight to John. We have one question for you still already to think about, but we're in the chat, but we'll leave questions till the end. Or John might have something to say about it too. So John and Juan, I think you're going to do a double act with slides and John talking, and Juan, are you ready? Is that right? Have you got this? Right. John, you need to unmute yourself.
How shall I indicate when to advance? Hello?
Just say next slide, I think.
Okay. So I will just repeat quickly what I began with before the disruption. Apologies, I've run these shows on Zoom before, but somehow not this time. So my goal is to replace the traditional individual conception with not a asocial, but a socially embedded individual conception. And you can talk about social embeddedness many ways. Not quite yet, please. You can talk about a socially embedded individual in different ways, but I talk about individuals as having social identities. So please advance. Next slide. And when we talk about social identities, the one concept that's been used here is the idea of a categorical social identity. And so I want to talk about Alicia, as this is a case that I've constructed, and you'll see what the argument is in just a moment. So next, please advance. So here are Alicia's categorical social identities. As categories, they're broad social group characterizations of a person. We had a bit of a discussion earlier about where these come from, and my point is that they're essentially what people inherit in one fashion or another. So these are the ones that I'm going to attribute to Alicia. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about intersectionality, which is a concept that has been developed in connection with social identity theory by feminists. I regard myself as a feminist economist and a feminist philosopher as well. And so I make use of this type of idea, intersectionality, how the different social identities people possess interconnect and interact or intersect. And what I want to introduce as an additional social identity concept is the relational social identity concept, which puts together for Alicia some of her categorical social identities with those that others have in social roles. For example, she's a parent, and so she has a child. Parent and child are categorical social identities, and they're linked as relational social identities that Alicia and her child have in the social role location. So social roles, I think, are fundamentally important for what we talked about in the first session, positionality. We need to talk about where people are located and where we live. The microsites that we occupy, where we have social roles, are typically characterized by power relationships, which in a hierarchical society can be antagonistic or exploitive, but there are also social role relationships which can be amicable or fair. We don't think that all parents are brutal towards their children. We think they take the care of their children into account. So now here I'm going to try to move ahead with 3 scenarios. Next slide, please. This is the first one. This is the story about Alicia, asked to be on a committee at work. She hears the firm checked up on her economic and family status, but still wants her on the committee in order to show affirmative action towards women and Blacks. And so the no's and yeses are what she wants to matter in this decision that the firm is making. And what you see is that she does not want to be seen per se as a woman, as having a father of African descent or being a single parent. She wants to be regarded for her skills as a lab technician. And she also doesn't want people prying into her economic background. She thinks that's another no. Next slide, please. So she's searching for an apartment. She's turned down for one she wants. And here's by a neighbor or someone that particular apartment complex discriminates against single parents, women, and people of color. So you see the no's and yeses again. She wants to be evaluated in terms of being a skilled professional, a lab technician, and she wants to be evaluated for her achievement economically. But she doesn't want these other things to be part of her evaluation as an applicant for the apartment. Next slide, please. Alicia visits her child's school library, sees many books focus on hardworking white traditional families. There's the yeses and nos again. She wants the library to also have books about women, about people of color, about single parents, and she doesn't want only that she's a hardworking individual in her professional capacity and happens to have good income and savings. Okay, now let's put these 3 together. I ask you, who is Alicia? You see as you go across the rows that there's no's and yeses in each row. So there's no clear conception in a relational social role, relational social identity, social roles analysis, taking them one by one and trying to aggregate who is Alicia. Next slide, please. Well, Alicia, as I suggested at the beginning, is all her categorical social identities. There are ones that she inherits, and they are ones that society customarily would characterize her as having. But in her point of view, she would like to organize and prioritize her social identities, her categorical social identities in her social role settings as she prefers. So as her life works. So now I make a claim about an individual conception using the identity concept. Her personal identity is an active agent concept of personal identity, not just an ascription of preferences as in Homo economicus. but it's how she actively constructs her identity out of these multiple selves she has across these different categorical social identities she possesses in the various role-based settings she lives in. That's where she lives. And so what is personal identity? It's relational. It's relational across social roles and across her different categorical social identities. So the relational social identities are what we see in social roles, and they put together the categorical social identities that people have according to how they would like to organize them. At least that's the type of personal identity Alicia would like to have. So as we know, she cannot organize her social identities as she wishes because of discrimination and stigmatization of social identities. So I prefer the concept of stigmatization. Discrimination has action in it, but it can also be structural. It's somewhat ambiguous, but stigmatization is where somebody does something to somebody. Somebody is responsible. Next slide, please. So if we talk about societies stratified by social group identity, such as the ones that we all live in, they work to construct a personal social identity for them according to the power relationships, fragmenting a person as suits those circumstances, and thus limiting that person's capabilities. So the capabilities concept I take very seriously because it talks about what people can do and what they would like to do, what their abilities are, what society makes possible for them to become, and empowers them to the extent that they can exercise their capabilities. And so Alicia's problem is she can't really develop her capabilities. If we talk now in macro terms, then social stratification produces the macro axes for constructing social roles and the micro locations and sites we occupy. So the limitation of people's capabilities in micro social roles reinforces and is in turn reinforced by macro social group inequality, social stratification. So we have limitation of people's capabilities in two ways, at the micro location and in the macro social group way. So individual capabilities in micro social roles and social groups that they are associated with in the social stratification sense. And so from a complexity economics perspective, this is a two-way street. Both are foundational to the other, the micro and the macro. They either both reinforce or they're both disarmed together to the extent that social policy permits. Next slide, please. So what we prefer to have is a democratic macroeconomics. Stratification economics, which has been developed largely around Black political economy, but it applies to feminist economics and feminist political theory as well, is a political economy system, a classical political economy designed for the way in which our world works today by social group stratification. And it investigates and interrogates this interconnected micro-macro perpetuation of social group inequality. So as people who have confronted Homo economicus, we know that the normal foundation is preference theory, but the normative foundation for a democratic macroeconomics is, well, what's required for a fair democratic society? Individuals are socially embedded collections of capabilities, not collections or bundles of preferences. Advance, yes? And so in terms of how we design and structure policy, I argue we should talk about eliminating capability shortfalls in these two locations, microsites and macro axes. And there we're not looking for efficiency gains, to go back to Henrietta's point somewhat earlier. We're not looking for welfare improvements because those are all connected to the standard atomistic individual conception. If we talk about a socially embedded individual, we're talking about capability shortfalls that are suffered by groups, social groups, and also by individuals according to their location. So that's my argument. I think that's the end of the slides. And thank you for your attention and patience with my slideshow.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you, Julie, too. I guess, how long do we have for questions now?
We have till 4:40, so that gives us 25 minutes.
Okay, a good amount of time. That's excellent. Alan has had a question that he's wanted to ask for some time, so let's start with you, Alan.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep, good. Well, I have two questions. One is rather quick, in fact, for Julie, which is everybody keeps talking about, well, we somehow got trapped in the framework that standard macroeconomics has sort of built, and we keep using it, even though we think we're trying to get out of it. And I would just argue that you also used it briefly by talking about shocks, because the whole standard macroeconomic vision is of one of a ship sailing down a thing which is occasionally hit by shocks. And what we're worried about is how we deal with the shocks. But in fact, most shocks are in fact endogenous. They're not exogenous. So most of the upheavals that occur in an economy are in general not due to outside shocks, as Adam Smith called them, the invisible hand of Jupiter, but they're really due to the way the system has organized itself and then somehow slips or explodes over a tipping point. So that was just my first observation, that even as a sort of non-standard economist, one does fall into the trap of using that. And my second very quick question is for John. Just how would you see Bourdieu and his position in the light of just what you said? He seems to suggest that it's very difficult to do exactly what you said, to try and democratize by giving people equal, if you like, using their capabilities equally in some sense. And his suggestion was that this is something we've failed to do. And I don't see that we've made a huge amount of progress since, but I'd be interested to know what you think about that. Sorry it takes so long.
Can I go ahead and address the question?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Yeah, I think our usual image of shocks to the economy is the ship of the economy is sailing along, and there's a gust of wind here and a gust of wind there, and government fiscal or monetary policy can, guide it back. And the kind of shocks I'm talking about is there's a tornado here and a hurricane there. And you're right about the endogenous part, that often that ship is just kind of falling apart on its own accord. And we have a very weak ship. We have not built the kinds of structures and institutions that could withstand, even the winds very well. It might fall apart even with a little wind, and certainly with a tornado or a hurricane, it's going down. Yeah. So thank you for that metaphor. You're muted.
Am I muted? No.
No. Yeah.
No. So I was just going to say very quickly that the great financial crisis was clearly an endogenous thing, a thing that emerged from the way we were organized and was not due to some sort of mysterious tornado. COVID, in some sense, originally is a shock from the outside, but how we dealt with it is what generated all the problems afterwards. Anyway, I don't want to take up your time, so thanks for the answer.
No, I very much agree. We need to work on making a stronger ship. The endogenous.
And John, did you want to answer?
Yes, I'll respond to Alan. Thanks for your question, Alan. So Bourdieu, yes, of course, we all have reasons to be pessimistic about advancing a society where social inequality is minimized and that it functions in a democratic way, particularly in these times, perhaps. But I think that the argument that the micro and macro sites or domains, if you will, are interactive, also provides a promise or a way to address change or make change happen. In the mainstream micro foundational world, the macro is just an aggregation, a consequence of the inevitable homo economicus behavior. And there's really not much we can do except improve the preference satisfaction. But when we look at structures, social structures, that the macroeconomy as a whole works through the social group rankings, it's an important thing that we make a target of policy. And if we see the accompaniment of addressing unequal social structures as not having at microsites stigmatization and abuse and mistreatment of individuals by social groups, we see that these two go hand in hand. We perhaps advance policies that work in both locations and work together to, over the long run, we can only be optimistic to hope for eradicating the problems at both levels. So I'm doing a glass half full, Alan.
Okay.
Thank you. I've had a question in the chat from Danielle. Daniela, do I need to read it out, or can Daniela answer it herself?
We can try and unmute her. Let me, how do we do this? Let me just give it a try.
Yes, she is. I can see her now.
Oh.
Go ahead, Daniela.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to unmute myself. I just wanted to ask a question. Yeah, really interesting panel. I'm really enjoying this. I have a question about the method, so I dropped it on the chat. Because my question is, I think, if we ask maybe a fair share of macroeconomists, some of them would say macroeconomics is not resistant to gender or race or ethnicity issues. They say that they incorporate most of these topics already, but I have the sense that for macroeconomists to take this seriously, this needs to be presented within a certain methodological framework for it to be taken seriously. So they say normally it needs to be a rigorous research for us to take this seriously. So normally I mean applied econometrics, or the usual calibration models, or intergenerational models if they're talking about different generations or within family issues. So I guess my question for the presenters is, can we convince macroeconomists that we actually have other approaches and methods that are also rigorous when dealing with this? Because I guess the question is really, is it just about that they don't acknowledge this at all, or is they do, but only when presented in a certain framework? Yeah, thank you very much.
Who'd like to go first on that one? Both of you. Julie.
Yeah, thank you. I only had 25 minutes, so I left out the whole methodology part of my usual spiel. But the illusion that these models are rigorous it's totally an illusion. It's incredibly naive from the point of view of actual science or philosophy of science. I trace it historically to economics getting started around the machine age, and people were just fascinated with Newtonian physics and machinery. So they envisioned the economy as this mechanical machine that you could use the same techniques to figure out, calculus, forces, and these kinds of things. But in my talk, I gave an example. These applied micro researchers in behavioral economics thought they were being tremendously rigorous in their study of differences and preferences between the genders. They gathered the data, they looked for statistical significance, the rest of this, and ended up with totally non-objective results. Okay, they end up claiming the exact opposite of the truth, that there is this big difference between men and women, when it's in fact not there. They actually did not look at the data very carefully themselves. So, is there any rigor in, and I'm more familiar with the micro side. There's a whole literature in social sciences in general about the problems of p-value testing. And Deirdre, of course, and Stephen Ziliak did this in economics a while back. It's come to the fore in psychology, and it's finally worming its way into economics. Things like pre-registered studies and data availability. And there are ways to try to address these failings in our usual methods. I haven't spent as much time on macro, but this idea that somehow these conventional models are going to deal with these big issues facing us is just naive. And I think economists have only been able to continue along that line because they don't talk to anybody else. If you only talk to each other, you can keep an insular view forever.
Yeah.
If you actually looked into the history or the philosophy of science, I think you'd probably wake up pretty fast.
Mhm.
John, do you want to add anything, or should?
Yes, I'll respond. Hello, Daniela. Thank you for this important question. Let me follow up a little bit on what Julie has said with respect to method. What many people have noticed about mainstream economics currently is that it has something of an empirical turn, which I think is a flight from theory, an avoidance of trying to address theoretical issues, because, well, they don't think that they can really address the social questions, the inequality questions very adequately in the framework of standard equilibrium theory. Equilibrium theory puts us after a so-called exogenous shock, to follow Alan's point, into another equilibrium. It doesn't ask over time how an economy changes. And so if you look at a lot of stratification research, they look at intergenerational wealth inequality. So what happens in the theoretical analysis here is there's perpetuation of the social structure, social economic structure that we have, because people who have poor wealth positions, their children inherit those as well. And that perpetuating mechanism is something that we need to theoretically advance and explain in a micro-macro sort of interaction if we're really to talk about addressing these issues. So I don't think standard economists are addressing these issues. They are hiding comfortably in their advanced technical methods and in their argument that, well, the data tells us X and the data tomorrow tells you Y, and so forth.
Thank you very much. We now have a question from Deirdre. Welcome, Deirdre. Nice to see you. You need to unmute.
Hi, I apologize for only being able to join to hear Julie and John, but I must say I agree with them entirely, and in every way I can name except one, and that's, so to speak, the politics. I want to ask them both why they think that policy, which Adam Smith in his language called police, which I think is accurate, is the way to go in solving these obvious social problems. Don't we have a large enough state anyway? And aren't a lot of the problems of excessive categorization of humans, isn't that often a matter of bad, indeed, I should say, evil state policy? I'm concerned that, well, it's to go back to the excellent analogy of the ship of state. Suppose we have crazy men in charge of the ship. Is it really the ship we want to use as the solution?
Julie? Thank you, Deirdre. Julie?
Thank you, Deirdre. In addition to wanting to play with a full deck, I also, with a different meaning of the word deck, also believe that we need all hands on deck. That is, it's not just a matter of policy. It is not just a matter of businesses. It's not just a matter of communities or families. It's actually all of the above. And my book, Economics for Humans, which elaborates more on how to bring economy and care together, in my view, some of our bigger problems are, in fact, a combination of bad forces in business and bad forces in government. Say irresponsible banks and federal regulators who then go to work for the bank or came from working for the bank or whatever. So it gets very chummy. Or our system of patents and pharmaceutical monopolies and drug prices. So some of these things are really coming from both, and the solutions have to come from both. A lot of economists that I sympathize with politically, I don't believe our government right now is too big, but I also get really annoyed with the ideas that the state can step in and solve all of that. I mean, I really distrust Trump, coming in, at all. And I think we need to realize that, not everybody in business is evil. There tends to be this idea that businesses are just about making profit and therefore they have nothing to do with social values. Who taught you that businesses are only about profit? Guess what? It was Econ 101. There are plenty of business leaders who also are interested in creating good work environments or coming up with an innovative product to solve a social need. So to me, it's both and. Questions of how big or how small often are beside the point. It's how these things get worked together for good or ill.
John, do you want to say anything on that
yes,
one?
I don't have a lot to add. I agree with what Julie said. I don't think it's a question of enlarging the state. I think it's a question of making the economic process work in a more reasonable fashion, where reasonable not only is sort of a traditional conception of efficiency, but it's also one that values people in terms of their capabilities and ability to contribute. I think most economists think discrimination is not only ethically inappropriate, but it's also not good for how economies work. You end up going back to Gary Becker, undervaluing some people's skills and overvaluing others. So the only thing that I'm trying to suggest by a larger sort of focus on capabilities across social groups and capabilities of individuals is that we look at a little bit more deeply at where stigmatization and discrimination comes from, but that doesn't require that we enlarge the role of the state.
Yeah, but who else is going to, I mean, I understand, yes, that you can have and do have responsible people in all parts of the society, but then isn't the job to change people's attitudes, to change their ethics, so that whereas what I think all of us are concerned about is a kind of superficial, let's devise another social policy enforced by the cops, and that'll solve it. I think there's a deeper level of social formation, let's call it, that lots of fields, theology, as Julie pointed out, and sociology and even psychology, deal with. And I think that's the location we should be after, not more exercises of power.
Okay, I'm going to give Julie and John a chance to come back at the end. So if you want to reply to that, please save your answers. Carolina.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you very much, and thank you both speakers for the amazing talk. So I have two questions. The first of them, and actually these two questions comes from an exchange I had with Nancy Fogg, who couldn't be here. She would have joined us otherwise, but she couldn't be here. And the first question is, it goes back to Julie's point regarding the macro and the micro, right? And how the micro is where we expect this discussion about the individual, and then we see that in labor economics and so on. To a certain extent that some may argue that the construction of the individual is not really related to macro, right? It's not really a problem that should be in macro, but I think it is, because it takes us back to this caricature we have for the individual. So my question is, and I think somehow this was slightly addressed when replying to Daniela Gibbs' question, which is, why we theorize the individual in that way in economics. Why do we accept that theorization so easily? And why it's so difficult for what we call mainstream economics to theorize the individual in a different way? And my second question is related to not trying just to blame the mainstream economics for not being doing a good job. The construction of the individual may also be a problem for what we call heterodox economics. And I would like to get your views on that, because if you go back to some Kaleckian type of modeling, or even post-Keynesian models, they kind of focus on classes without, a kind of a regard for the forms of collective identity. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on that, or if my interpretation, I'm being too harsh on them. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple of other questions, and I wonder if I could get people to ask them, and then in your wrapping up remarks, you could answer them as well. So Victoria asks, and I think it's probably quicker since she's written it out very nicely, that I just read it. To what extent do you think the pre-marginal revolution economists have something to offer modern economics? What do they get right, and what do they miss out on? That's Victoria's question. Angus, is your question quick?
Yes, it is. My question is for Julie, where I enjoyed the talk very much. In one of her slides, she had two lists of different approaches side by side, and suggested that we should combine them, sort of a hand of 52 cards instead of 26 on each. But some of them are orthogonal to the other. So one was predictability, and the other one was uncertainty or something, where, okay, it's either predictable or it's not. So why do you want to go with the mix? Why don't you just set up two different hands? Isn't that a better approach? Because they can't be combined. The construction of general equilibrium means you can't put uncertainty in. By uncertainty, we mean proper uncertainty. So why keep going down that way?
All right, I'm going to overload you with a couple of questions each of my own, and then let you go. My question for Julie is, what do you count as risk? Because it seems to me that women take a lot of risks in their lives, but they're not particularly in the financial sphere. So for a woman, getting married and having a child is a huge risk. And the notion of risk, do you not need to define to see the categories that you're talking about themselves as gendered? And my question for John is, of what you said today, what's specific to gender? Is it due to any stratified group, or what parts of it are specific to gender? All right, so you have, if we could take another extra 5 minutes do we only have a 5-minute break between this and the next session, or a bit more?
There's a 5-minute break between sessions. The next one definitely starts at 16:45, but we don't need to really have a break there. So, but feel free to go to 16:45.
Okay, you can have 3 minutes each then to answer all that. Julie,
Where do you want to go first?
Did you want me to go?
Okay, John, you go.
Okay, then very quickly, it's a lightning round, isn't it? In answer to Deirdre, I don't think we're legislating social values. When we see concern over gender inequality, racism, and so forth, these are values that are present in our society. So we are dealing in a bottom-up way here with changing social values in our time. Carolina, I wasn't clear on the thrust of your question, but I thought that you were asking what is problematic about the so-called asocial individual, where we do not look at social difference. And I think one of the fundamental problems in the standard framework is that we obscure power relationships and such behaviors as stigmatization, which are defined so clearly in connection with race and gender. And Victoria, what a wonderful question. I think that the pre-marginal classical economists were doing pretty much what I see stratification economics is doing, with a view of classes or social groups that was appropriate to the 19th century. And so we're sort of doing updated classical political economy. And as people know, classical political economy made distribution inseparable from growth or how an economy performs. And then lastly, for Sue, what is specific about stratification, stigmatization regarding women? Well, I think it means not just the social ranking problem that Julie's so nicely emphasized, but also means that we suppress values that Julie's identified with women's experience, as in particular care. That concept doesn't exist in economics except on the margins for heterodox people. And so racism is a set of different issues, but if we look particularly at gender, I have a daughter who's just had a baby 6 months ago, and I am seeing what care is all about. I mean, I've raised kids myself, but from a guy's perspective, perhaps. So certain social values are suppressed unless we make gender specific to our social stratification analysis. Thanks, Sue.
Great, thank you. Julie.
Yeah, so this is the lightning round. Yeah, Carolyn, the things about why do our macroeconomists resistant to more adequate models? You start talking about interrelationships, and economists look down our nose at those sociology types, right, that study human beings and that don't know as much math as we do. And this is whole linked to what wide cultural sexism. It's, you look sissy, you look soft if you use something otherwise, given economists' very narrow understanding about what it takes to create reliable knowledge. If you think about reliable knowledge as math, you keep on falling, you make these bad conclusions, but economists, have largely not been willing to look aside that. And I think a good part of it, not all of it, but a good part of it is what has been called physics envy, that we think it's more masculine and therefore higher status to be the more mathematical. Your second problem about heterodox models that say some of them ignore collective identity, I'm going to address along with Angus's about aren't some of these things orthogonal, like prediction versus not prediction. The point is not to say that, well, I mean, it's barking up the wrong tree to ask if certain models or approaches are wrong. Generally they are, especially models are always wrong. They're always abstractions, right? So the question here is what is useful? If you're studying some phenomena and you're only using the tools suitable for something that's predictable, you're going to miss a lot. If you're only using, you're loyally wedded to the tools that, that deal with uncertainty, you're also going to miss a lot. So the point here is a flexibility to be able to look at the phenomena and address them with a proper tool. Economists go around with a hammer and everything looks like a nail, and we need to grow up from that perspective. Victoria's point, I'm not a historian of thought, but I was going to say the same thing that John did, from what I've looked at, there was a lot more concern with distribution, a lot more concern with things other than these tiny mathematical models. And Sue, risk that women take, yeah, walking on a dark street at night, going out on a date. These have a lot more risks for women than for men. And I've had some interesting back and forth with some psychologists on this. And there's actually a young psychologist who did a study also putting in things like social risks, speaking up in class, and a bunch of other things. In fact, yes, how you define risk matters when you find out who is risk averse. What the differences in mean reactions are. Thank you for the wonderful questions, everybody.
Well, thank you. There were two great papers and very good discussion afterwards. So thank you, everyone. And I won't take more time because otherwise we won't get to the next session. Thank you. Thank you, John, and thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you very much indeed, Sue, and thank you, John and Julie. That was fascinating and expertly done, really educational presentation. So thank you both very much indeed. We have literally a 1 minute turnaround now, which is great. We like to do things quite briskly. So Caroline, am I going to introduce Erin or are you going to introduce Erin? I guess I will since you're on mute. Very good. Okay. Erin, welcome. I think we're now neighbors, at least by institution. So we're both at UCL. I think you were at Liverpool University before that. And I think it's the first time you've taken part in a Rebuilding Macro event. So a very warm welcome to you. And you have, a very straightforward task in dealing with two very well-behaved, distinguished academics, Deirdre and Alan, who I'm sure will obey everything you ask. The third speaker, Nadia Kabir, she is supposed to be touching down in Dakar at some point, but there is some uncertainty about whether she's going to make it. We haven't heard from her, so it could be that her flight's delayed, and in which case, then we can have a little bit more discussion, but also Henrietta and I can bring forward our comments if she doesn't arrive in time. But, we may yet be surprised. So it's putting a little bit of extra burden on your chairing, if you don't mind. And I'm sure you'll manage it with great skill and dexterity. So I'm going to pass over to you. And so when you're ready, then you can start with the speakers.
Yes, you can hear me, right? I'm not on mute.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah. So my name is Erin Engel, and as Angus just said, I'm a research fellow at the UCL Social Research Institute. So for our final seminar today, which is on the topic of how can macroeconomics do better, we have three speakers, so all of whom I very much admire. The first speaker is Alan Kierman, who is an economic theorist and an emeritus professor from Aix-Marseille University and École des Hautes Études de Sciences Sociales. He is also, I believe, a senior advisor to the OECD's New Approaches to Economic Challenges initiative. After him, we have Deirdre McCluskey, who is an economic historian and a professor of economics, English, and communication at the University of Illinois at Chicago. And then, as Angus was just mentioning, we may have Naila Kabir, who is a development economist and a professor of gender and development at LSE's Gender Institute. So just kind of very briefly, before we start with the speakers, I was asked to give kind of a few remarks to open it up, but I wanted to point out, obviously, each of these speakers, they have covered many different topics in their research. So Alan Kierman has explored the idea of individual and collective rationality, as well as complexity economics. Deirdre McCluskey has worked on rhetoric and methodology, philosophy, economic history, statistics, queer studies, liberalism, feminism, and ethics and law. And Naila Kabir studies poverty and social policy issues, generally with a gendered lens. So kind of superficially, so when you just look at these three people, superficially, it seems like they have a wide range of expertise that does not really obviously overlap. But having said that, there is, at least in my opinion, a very common question that often motivates their work, and that is, where do prices come from? So what do prices mean? Or kind of more generally, and in other words, what are we as economists measuring and what do our measurements mean? So this actually is a fundamental question to economics. So according to traditional economic theory, prices are meant to represent value. So in a Walrasian economy with complete markets, we learn that a competitive equilibrium generates a set of prices that will uniquely represent the value of every commodity in that economy. But we obviously are never ever going to have a complete, fully informed economy, both because that's technically not possible. We can't form a market for every single uncertainty or thing in the world, but also because it assumes that that space of possibilities is somehow closed and bounded. So it assumes, in essence, that there is a limit to human ingenuity, and that could very well be true. I mean, it may be that we can't travel to the North Star, but we certainly, as humans, would not ever actually be able to appreciate that, because in order to appreciate it, we would have to also appreciate the limit of our capabilities, but that would then require imagining a space that exists beyond our ability to imagine. So I think, for these reasons, we effectively, as economists, we're always going to be studying a world, at least that exists, at least from our own perspective. It exists as having fewer equations than unknowns. So it's an indeterminate system. It will always be an indeterminate system. And wherever there is indeterminacy, or it's also called lack of a market, then there's effectively going to be a hole in the information that we have. And whether we like it or not, it would be better if it weren't like this, but obviously it is. That hole is going to be filled by some kind of conjecture. It's going to be, and that conjecture can come from somewhere or someone. And it can be related to how power enters in, or positionality, which has come up several times over this entire conference. Now, this conjecture can be correct, and that's the approach that's generally been taken by kind of the rational expectations theory. But that's a big assumption, and that's actually something that Kerman has pointed out several times, and it's a very heroic assumption. Kind of to paraphrase Kenneth Arrow, in this economy where you assume that basically you have the hand that is running the economy that is very visible indeed. And that's because basically in this particular economy, every agent has to be able to form and hold a correct model of the entire economy in his head, which is hard, if not impossible. So obviously this assumption is going to fail. It certainly will. And then the prices that we observe in our economy are not then necessarily going to perfectly map onto the underlying value and the thing you're supposed to represent. So we have these prices that don't perfectly represent value. And I think that's really where we start getting these questions and raising questions about all three of these speakers have repeatedly addressed in their own work. If the prices we observe do not perfectly map to underlying value, what do they map to? Whose values do they represent? To paraphrase McCluskey, whose values are running the wizard's show from behind the curtain? As Kabir has written, prices, or any measurement for that matter, are always going to be some simple window into a complex reality. Sometimes they may overestimate or underestimate what they're supposed to be measuring. Often they will change as our concept of value, of the underlying value of the thing that we're trying to measure, changes. Sometimes it might not even represent anyone's values at all. So I think this question, like what are prices, where do they come from, and what do they mean? And kind of more generally, what are we measuring as economists? Why are we measuring it, and how are we measuring it? These are really important questions that we need to be asking, and we really need to be thinking about, and we're thinking about how macroeconomics can do better. So given that these three speakers have all addressed these questions in a lot of their work, I am very excited to learn about what they have to say on this topic. So I will be quiet now and move it on to them. As Angus just mentioned, I think it's going to be 20 minutes for each person. But if you don't hear from Mela, maybe we'll make it 30. Actually, Angus, maybe we'll make it 20. And if you would like to speak longer, we can speak longer after that. And then hopefully we can have 15 to 20 minutes at the end. Okay. Ellen, I think you're the first speaker.
Okay. Thanks very much, Erin. I'm going to try and start. I hope I'm not going to have the same problem as John, but let me that'll be blank just for a few seconds whilst he puts the thing up. I hope you'll be able to see this. If not, then I should start worrying. But my computer is very slow. Can you see that? Can everybody see that? Not good.
I can see half of it, I think.
See a jigsaw.
Sorry?
I can see, it's people, yes. I can see some people and wooden jigsaw people.
Ah, okay, very good. Did you say identity, Alan Kerman in the middle?
No.
Oh, okay. I better get out of there then, right? Is that right? So that's not much good. So the idea was that would actually work. And and you don't see that either, right?
No.
Sorry?
Only half of it.
Only half of it. Holy shit. Okay, right. I'm sorry. I will get out of there and try and do something else.
Okay.
I didn't think that I was going to have the same problem as John, but I am. So I should try maybe just whole screen. Would that do? Maybe?
Yeah.
Let's try that. Is that going to be any better?
Let's see.
Long pause again. Sorry.
It's all right.
Is that any better?
No, it's still half of the slide.
Ah, but is that?
It's the black half of the slide.
That's all you can see. You can't see the problem as posed by second. No.
No.
Oh dear, that's bad.
It's only the left white print side.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, guys. I'll go back again. And I think we just had to put it up without having full screen then. I don't understand what's happening here.
Perhaps you can go to non-presentation.
There it
mode.
is. Oh, you had it for a moment.
If you do individual slides, but non-presentation mode, you can probably advance instead of all the slides together.
Ah, okay. So what should I do? Try. Is that better?
That's it.
There it is. Yes,
That's it.
that's it.
Yeah.
Stop, stop, stop. Don't do anything.
Right now. Okay. Two very quick remarks after all the interesting talks that we've had. My first advisor, a thesis advisor, not my final one, Hugo Sonnenschein, once said to me, when I said, I want to go and do some real economics, not stay here doing this mathematics in Minnesota, Hugo, he said, Alan, you said the macroeconomics is what you seem to be interested in, and that's about wisdom, he said. Microeconomics is about analysis. So young men should do microeconomics. And I think that's part of our problem. And the other problem is that Lucas once said the only assumptions we should make are about individuals. And so that also shows why macroeconomics has its problems. Last remark, Phil Anderson, the Nobel Prize winner in physics, once said that more is different. As you go up and increase the number of people in the economy or the number of particles in your set, what will happen is that new laws will emerge which cannot be obtained or understood by looking at the individuals. So I think all of that suggests where our problem, the relationship between macro and micro is. Okay, I'll get on with my talk. So I said macroeconomics for a long time insisted that analysis should be based on the consistent behavior of individuals. But we cannot ignore two things. Individuals are different, heterogeneity, something which macroeconomists have wrestled with recently very badly and have come out with what they call Hank models. And since that was too difficult, they went into, tank models, two-agent macroeconomics. Two agents as heterogeneity doesn't make a lot of sense. Secondly, people influence each other. There's interaction, and macroeconomic phenomena are in fact emergent phenomena from that interaction. So you cannot just look at individuals, aggregate them, as John said, and then come out with the truth. Now, the identity problem's already difficult at the individual level, but it's enhanced by the emergence of behavior which results from the interaction between individuals. So if you just make assumptions about individuals in isolation, you miss a whole feature of it. And I'm going to give you a silly thing here, which I hope will work, and give you an idea of this difference between individuals as heterogeneous and different, and how collective behavior emerges. So with a bit of hope, this thing will work. And if it does, here you'll see it. Behavior, but when they're collected, when they're together, their behavior may change a lot, and people actually become more similar. And in bad circumstances, like the attack on the Capitol, for example. Okay, so sorry. When Bob Sugden was talking about identity, he said, you know, in economics, we ask how far the arrangements give each individual what they want or what she wants, or give her the opportunity to get what she wants. But then we need some way to identify the individual as a continuing locus of valuation over time. What if we can't construct coherent preferences over time? That's a problem we have to face because of evidence of evolving preferences and the influence of others on those preferences. And preferences vary randomly or in response to contextual features which seem to have no welfare significance. So where is the individual as the locus of valuation? And there are two views. The simple view is one of a reader, historian in the 18th century said, the identity which we ascribe to bodies, objects other than people, is not perfect identity. It's rather something which for the convenience of speech, we call identity. But identity, when applied to persons, has no ambiguity, admits of no degree, although my thoughts and actions and feelings change every moment. That self or I to which they belong is permanent. And that's in direct contradiction to Plato, who said, a man said to be the same person from childhood until he's advanced in years. Yet though he's called the same, he does not at any time possess the same properties. He's continually becoming a new person, not only in his body, but in his soul. Because we find none of his manners or habits, his opinions, desires, pleasures, pains, or fears ever abiding the same in his particular self, some things grow in him while others perish. So for Plato, the identity of a person was not a constant thing. And a person not only changes over time as a result of experience and of natural changes, but can actually change himself. Now, there's an interesting question for economists. How can a person change herself without also changing her utility function? But if that changes, how then can we make welfare judgments? Because after all, they're based on people's, quote, utility functions. Supposing we allow things to change, then we have to find some criteria, such as memory, consciousness, body, brain, that accounts for the self-same person over time. That's what people describe as the diachronic problem, as opposed to the synchronic problem. Finding out that Angus Armstrong is different from Alan Kerman is the synchronic problem. So that's a different thing than how Alan Kerman changes over time. And Sidgwick got onto this, and he said, if the utilitarian has to answer the question, why should I sacrifice my own happiness for the greater happiness of another? It must surely be admissible to ask, why should I sacrifice a present pleasure for one in the future? Why should I concern myself more about my own future feelings any more than about the feelings of other persons? And he said, grant that the ego is merely a system of coherent phenomena, that the permanent identical I is not a fact, but a fiction, as Hume and his followers maintain. Why then should one part of the series of feelings into which the ego is resolved be concerned with another part of the same series any more than with other series? And here's an observation to be taken with a pinch of salt. It does seem to be the case that in neuroeconomics and neuroscience, in fact, it does seem that when you pose, sorry, I missed that. The brain does seem to work differently when there are things which about you as opposed to things about someone else. Even if you say the same thing about you as about something else, that engenders different networks in the brain. But then why do people change? Do they change themselves voluntarily, or is it just because of the things that happen to them? And Pierre Livet, a French economist, he says, you know, what happens is that people actually have several identity functions. And what happens to them is that there starts to be some sort of dissonance between one or the other, and then people change themselves to try and diminish that dissonance. Derek Parfit said, you know, identity is not what actually matters. It's psychological connectedness and continuity. So a person is best represented as a succession of different selves. And Parfit's vision accounts for the fact that a person changes over time. But how can a person change herself, and why? And how could we actually think about modeling this? And that's what we tried to do in a paper a long time ago, which we never published. We specified a model in which each point in time, the individual has the possibility of choosing which social group characteristics he or she identifies with. And the choice we made stochastic, because the idea is that you're going to make choices which will cause the minimum of cognitive dissonance and are therefore more likely to be chosen. So a person will have a probability of choosing which group to go to, but will be looking for the sort of group which was somehow compatible with your own choices. So people will move from group to group. And of course, that being stochastic allows us to choose moves which may not be predictable and which you wouldn't have thought of happening. And I'm going to give you a very quick example at the end of Cornelia Sorabji, my great aunt, who Amartya Sen wrote about. So how should we model that? Well, we did a very simple sort of thing, but and I don't want to go into the details of that, particularly as I'm going to run out of time anyway. So what we did, we had this model in which at each point in time, every individual has this possibility of choosing which social group he should identify with. The choice is stochastic, as I said. Oh, I'm repeating the same slide, sorry. And a person associates more or less positive self-images with certain social groups. So chooses those groups that best fit with her characteristics. However, choosing a social group will change her, but that will also change her characteristics. But that may also change the group she chooses. You want to belong to the golf club because that's a fancy place where nice people go. And you're very disappointed when you get there and find that the golf club is now full of people like you who made the same choice. So it wasn't worth going there. But you can also take actions to make your characteristics themselves more consistent with your group. So people will tend to change their characteristics as they move towards a certain group. Now, some people will not behave in any way according to their own characteristics and will simply adopt the characteristics of the group. And in Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, it talks about Stefan, subscribed to and read a liberal newspaper, not an extreme one with a tendency to which the majority held. And though neither science nor art nor politics itself interested him, he firmly held the same views on all these subjects as the majority, and his newspaper did, and changed them only when the majority did, or rather, he did not change them, but they themselves changed imperceptibly in him. And then the alternative, the opposite view to that is one of George Bernard Shaw. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. And I want to conclude by giving you a brief illustration of a very unreasonable lady, my great aunt. She was an Indian lawyer, social reformer, and writer. First female graduate from Bombay University, first woman to study law at Oxford University, and there's a scholarship named after her at Somerville College. She said of herself, Parsi by nationality, but Christian, a lawyer and barrister at law, a fighter for women's education and for legal rights, particularly for secluded women in India. Now, Cornelia Sorabji certainly was not a conformist, and I think, despite what we've heard earlier, certainly a person who was not afraid to take risks. And Amartya Sen wrote about her in Other People, as he said, she chose her plural identities, influenced by her background, but through her own decisions and priorities. And on that note, I will conclude now. And I would say identity should be of major interest for economists. As John Davis has said for a long time, as Rachel Cranton and George Akerlof and many other people have said, but for me, it's a dynamic concept, not a static concept. Individuals' characteristics change over time, in part voluntarily. They try to reconcile their characteristics with those of their social group, and that may involve changing that group. The nature and stability of the identity of the groups and the individual would depend on the relationship between the probabilities of choice and the individual's characteristics. How stable groups and individuals are will depend on this. And I think the present time shows very clearly that many groups we thought were fairly stable are in fact far from being so. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Alan. I think we'll leave the questions to the very end. Deirdre, would you like to begin?
Yes, I'm honored to be a part of this extremely interesting show that we have, and I I think we all agree with each other in a kind of overlapping way, and the only issue is how far we overlap. And then that very important question that was asked in the last session by Stephanie, that is the question of how we persuade our colleagues. I think that doing more max U models without serious engagement in the 3,000-year-old human conversation about identity and gender roles and justice and so forth is not a smart scientific idea. It's clearly true that the individual in orthodox macroeconomics is construed as Mr. Max U. I, of course, choose his gender carefully. He maximizes a known utility function subject to known constraints, as though humans actually know about the future exactly, or even stochastically, considering the black swan possibilities, or know their future selves. I certainly didn't know my future self before I changed gender, or that they know the constraints under which they even now live, or the constraints that will apply in a future as it approaches in these models infinity. I'm reading notes here, which is why I'm stuttering so much. I'll try to improve. I'm an economist, like Julie and us all. I was trained in orthodox economics, and for a long time, I believed it was true. I've written whole books in praise of Max U, applying him to historical problems. I wrote a book called The Applied Theory of Price, which is excellent. I highly recommend it if all you care about is Max U only. But there are thousands of cases that suggest that prudence, the virtue of prudence, is not the only one that motivates humans. I was challenged a long time ago by Herb Gintis, who asked, why don't you just put all these other virtues that you speak of, and in other ways everyone else here speaks of, into a single utility function, so you could have U of love, easy. And there are thousands and thousands of cases, if you pay attention, that just don't work that way. Under the Raj, for example, it was a great advantage to be a Christian. You had access to schools and so forth. And if you were a low caste Indian, it was prudent to convert. But now the descendants of those that small group of Indian Christians hold to their Christianity in an environment where it's very far from being advantageous. They hold with courage and love and justice to a most imprudent identity. And that suggests to me that Akerlof models, as we can call them, are not the way to go. Because what George was doing is applying a maximization model to alternative identities. It's true that in my own case, I chose to change gender. But did I know what it meant to be a woman? I didn't know it any more than anyone here knew what it meant to be an economist. It's not just that it's kind of an unbiased maximization of a probability function. It's simply not enough to use prudence only, to use max U. Understand, grass is prudent. It seeks the light and water and so forth. Optimally, I'm sure. Rats and pigeons, it's been proven, are prudent in the economist sense. But we're not grass or rats or pigeons, we're humans. I can't speak as a trans woman for other women. And I must say, at my advanced age, and having been one for a long time, I'm starting to forget why males do what they do, and I stopped being able to advise my female friends on how it is. On the other hand, I can speak for humans, and indeed for the long-term 3,000-year-old written reflections on humanness called the Humanities. So the max U models are, I think we all agree, not smart. And for instance, one obvious problem that even orthodox economists might acknowledge is that it's not obvious that methodological individualism is the only scientific way of being an economist. Flocks of birds, it's been discovered, cannot be modeled as individual birds maximizing. With Brownian motion was not modeled by Einstein as aggregating individual molecules. And as we've heard, there are many other technical criticisms of the notion that you can only do economic thinking by starting with max U. I have a kind of a joke about my excellent graduate school colleague, Tom Sargent, is also a friend. And I have this imaginary conversation with Tom, and he says, macroeconomics must always start from an individual maximizing agent. And I say to Tom, why should it always start with an individual maximizing agent? And in the joke, Tom says, macroeconomics must start with an individual maximizing agent. And I say, Tom, why? And Tom replies, macroeconomics must start with an individual maximizing agent. So I think even in its own terms, this max U technique, which we learned from my mother's long-term mixed doubles tennis partner, Paul Anthony Samuelson, is not the only way to go. But there's also a raft. Some of the occupants of the raft other people have been discussing, of humanistic criticisms of Max U. My own is that Max U, prudence, is a virtue, but it's not the only virtue. There's faith, there's hope, there's love, there's temperance and courage and justice that rule beyond the grass and the rats. For example, hope rules economic innovation with dramatic consequences for the ups and downs of the macro economy. Love in the family has massive, obvious, perhaps not obvious, but interesting and important macroeconomic consequences in labor force participation. Justice, as we've heard, has large implications for economic policy in macro, and so forth. I should point out, though, that beyond the conventional definition of heterodox economics, as opposed to the orthodoxy that all of us are unhappy with, is Austrian economics, which ought to be part of the what heterodox economists pay attention to. In orthodox economics, fundamental uncertainty is set aside. It's not in Austrian economics. The Austrian economists from the 1870s on keep coming close to saying that creativity is an essential part of an economy. It's not an essential part of general equilibrium, viewed as a synchronic circulation, but it is essential to an understanding of the modern economy, which I would prefer not to call capitalism, which I regard as a scientifically misleading term, but innovism. That's what we've had for the last couple of centuries, and it's that is fundamentally uncertain, because if we knew the future of innovation to the extent of being able to manage the innovation, we would already know what we don't know. And that's obvious. That's an obvious contradiction in terms. The Austrians speak of human action. It's a term of art in their economics, by which they mean what the theologians call free will, as contrasted with the merely reactive model of Max Hu. Mr. Max Hu doesn't really have any choice. He's already made the choice in the so-called choice of his tastes and the existing situation of his constraints. He's essentially not creative. In other words, I'm saying that Max Hu modelers are Calvinists without being aware of it. Modeling convenience is, as Julie said, a product of physics envy, but of course, or perhaps it's not. I'm not sure that all economists understand this. It's not how the field, even of theoretical physics, actually operates. Surely, since Thomas Kuhn, we've known that actual advance in physical models comes from creativity, not from routine prudence. All right. As I mentioned before, my friend Herb Gintist challenged me a long time ago to provide an example of how this humanistic approach that I'm advocating here can actually illuminate economics. As Herb expressed it, I needed to have a killer app. And since Herb asked that, I've devised a killer app. If I could copyright the app, I'm sure I'd make an enormous fortune. But instead, all the app does is explain modern economic growth. I've written long books on this, and last year published uncharacteristically short book called Humanomics. And the argument of my work has been that the enormous enrichment of humans since 1800, on the order of a 3,000% increase in income per person, doesn't come from further applications of Max U. And by the way, to speak again of the politics, it does rather make irrelevant the great concern in classical economics, and now, as people have pointed out, in economics nowadays, with income distribution. It does not come from either of those, either the classical model of distribution or the marginalist model of Max U. It comes from astounding human creativity. And the astounding human creativity does not come from what economists pay most attention to, but comes in fact from liberation of individuals, something on which I think the desirability of which I think everyone here can agree. It's if we're going to understand how the world became fantastically rich and shows every sign of continuing the enrichment in the next half century or so, I think we need to understand human creation. And we can't go on and on with routine maximization. So I hope that satisfies Herb, and I hope that it interests you. I'm all through.
Thank you. So I don't think that Naila Kabir is I don't see her here. So I think we should just go ahead and open up to questions. Does anyone have any questions? I can go ahead and start. So actually I had a question for you, Deirdre. So earlier you mentioned that you had been hesitant to encourage policy from this idea of expanding the government. But I think, what we've heard also from other people, there are things that have actually, ways in which certain groups are systematically oppressed. And so do you see a role potentially for policy in the sense of, removing the systematic oppression effectively to also improve the ingenuity or the innovation effectively that they can contribute to the economy? Where do you stand on that?
Here's the problem. You're assuming a can opener. And that's been a serious problem in economics since Ricardo. I don't think it's I don't think it's much of a problem in Smith, but ever since then, and indeed, especially in the last 100 years, when economists, interestingly, unlike other social scientists, such as anthropologists, have come to assume that their main task is to think up new interventions in the economy. The old joke, I'm from the government and I'm here to help you. And to assume that the interventions by the government are going to be efficacious or virtuous, or going to be something other than for the cousins of the man in charge, goes rather, I think, against human history. I understand if we were all Sweden, everything would be just fine. But I come from a country that's not Sweden, and most governments in the world, I think all of us will agree, are extractive, and if not, even if they aren't extractive, they're remarkably clumsy. So it seems to me that you and lots of my colleagues here are assuming a perfect government. That's, for example, Thaler's behavioral economics is like that. Assume that every individual is an idiot. Assume that free markets can't do anything about the idiocy, and then assume that there's this organization called the state, which can offset the idiocy.
Alan?
I mean, I don't want to be the skunk at the picnic here, but that's commonly my role. So I guess I just should accept it.
Yeah, I'm very glad to see, Deirdre, that you have become no less cantankerous with age. So that's
not cantankerous, it's truth-seeking, dear. It's not just about cantankerousness, and I don't want to be characterized that way. I'm not cantankerous. Like you, I earnestly seek the truth.
Earnestly, right. Okay, now I was going to say, first response just to you, Deirdre, is that I think a chat with Mariana Mazzucato, whose aim in life is somehow to show exactly the opposite from what you've just been showing, that many of the innovations, in fact, come from the state. And
I just wrote a book with Alberto Mingardi, which you may find interesting, and you can find it on Amazon. Against her in particular, not personally. I don't know her, and I'm sure she's very nice, but she's mistaken in her so-called empirical work, and she's mistaken in her theory.
Okay, well, I haven't read your book, so I can't take part in that argument. But I did want to say two other things. One is you seemed to suggest when you talked about grass, you remember you said we're not grass, and grass probably grows optimally. But I just thought I'd tell you very quickly, Stephen Jay Gould, do you remember the famous
Sure I do.
Paleontologist? He said he went to a speech by a young biologist who explained how the sunflower grew optimally, tilted its head optimally with the sun and everything.
Sure.
And he was completely convinced by the fact that the sunflower was behaving optimally until he walked outside and he thought, this is stupid. If the sunflower was going to be optimal, it would have grown feet and then walked where the sun was.
That's right.
And then if trees grew up around it, it wouldn't be a problem. It would just walk.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, that's good. It's a good point.
And one other thing we talked earlier on, and I think we should come back to this a little bit, about the idea that people can somehow choose to be different and improve themselves. We do have the weight of history, you know, the idea that I can somehow become somebody different without thinking about my family and everybody behind me and who produced me in some sense. So it's not so easy for people, I think, to change position. Amartya Sen told a very nice story, which comes from Italy, apparently, about the Italian who was approached by a member of the fascist party at the time of Mussolini and tried to recruit him for the fascist party. And he said, how can I possibly ever become a member of the fascist party? My father was a socialist. My grandfather was a socialist. I could never become a member of the party, the fascist party. And then the fascist said, yeah, but supposing your dad was a murderer And supposing your granddad was a murderer, what would you do then? He said, oh, if that was the case, I'd join the fascist party. So,
good for him. There's a street a couple of blocks from my house in Chicago called Balbo Avenue. And it's named, believe it or not, after an Italian fascist, Italo Balbo.
Right. But I think we should not take this deviation line. We should let other people talk, right? Erin, do you have questions?
Angus, do you have your hand up?
Yes. Yeah. So I would like to address the question to both of you. And first of all, Deirdre, let me just say it's lovely to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you, dear.
We first met 35 years ago, so it's great to keep in touch with you.
I haven't changed at all.
Not at all. Well, in one way, but apart from that. Alan, in your model that you're putting forward, you talked about how identity is dynamic. Now, that's a really interesting word. I mean, it's so economic, but I mean, what do you mean by dynamic? I mean, obviously, we change, or not obviously, but in your hypothesis, our identities can change over time. But then we have to specify, I think, how you're going to do this, because do you mean in sort of mechanical time, or do you mean in human time that we live? Because Deirdre, when she had some choices to make, she didn't know how to optimize dynamically because she didn't know what it was going to look like until she got to the other side.
Yep.
So what do you mean by dynamic? And is that connected to our use of time? Because we only know the outcome when we made the change.
No, I think the way I would think of this, Angus, is to say, look, think of people as having, a huge list of characteristics, which you might possibly imagine you could actually write them down as a vast vector. So Deirdre would have a vast vector of her characteristics, things that you could say were characterized her. And then you say, well, but this person, in fact, with those characteristics, then tries to find the group that they really want to belong to. And in so doing, they're going to change their own characteristics and indeed change the characteristics of the group that they're going to go to. So my idea of dynamic is not, if I sort of made it primitive, made you a list of characteristics and then said, those are what are changing. So it could be, part of those would be your preference for goods and so forth, but many other things, your perhaps even your human characteristics in terms of generosity and so forth. But the idea was that as you develop over time and you interact with other people, those characteristics will not be constant. That's all. So, I mean, people who write down a utility function for people who are going to live over an infinite life, and they have that same utility function over the whole of that life, that seems to me sort of absurd. And as Deirdre said, of course, there are many things. By the way, very standard people like Mervyn King and John Kay spend a lot of time worrying about radical uncertainty these days. So I don't think it's completely fair to say that they don't think about these things. I don't think you would regard them as being heterodox. And if I may add one remark, I think we should really drop the word heterodox. I think, economics is about understanding how the economic system, how socioeconomic problems arise and how they're solved and so forth, just trying to understand that, and not about dividing ourselves up into groups and then identifying them. For example, Austrians, I think, are perfectly interesting economists, but we don't have to put them in one camp or the other. I would agree with you entirely that they're extremely interesting. And even though he's a horrid person, Hayek was a brilliant economist. So, all I'm saying is I think heterodox is a terrible label to have on you. And I don't think many of the good heterodox economists deserve that label. I think they should just be thought of as economists. But there you are, that's just a personal view.
Heck, I did not know. But John Maynard Keynes was also a horrid person, dear.
Oh. Hayek was racist. That was terrible.
Well, and Keynes was an anti-Semite.
Right. Well, that's.
Yeah. Well, Uh-huh.
John? John?
Yes, I'm back. I'm here. Thank you, Erin. So I liked how Alan began with Plato's symposium, personal identity paradox, the idea that you'd have different characteristics over your lifetime, and somehow, how could you be the same person? This is a wonderful puzzle for scholars who like to sit and juggle concepts and not ask about what's going on in the world, because well, we can debate that little paradox forever, can't we? Because there's no solution once you've defined a person as a collection of characteristics. So that's the scholarly move, to assign a collection of characteristics, story over paradox firmly in place. But as I tried to show with my story of Alicia, who she is, what characteristics she has, depends on the world that she encounters and how she navigates that particular world. And Alan, in his paper with Teschel and Worst, he described somewhat quickly in his presentation, gets the same dynamic view, the alternative to the scholar in the study with the list of characteristics. And he says, well, you join the group and then the groups change and then you don't want to be in that group. And it's a wonderful argument, because where we are determines what particular characteristics that we're to possess. So I think when Deirdre put a big capital L on liberation in her talk and said, what we're concerned about is the freedom with which people can navigate the world, that's an agency idea, freedom to do. And then what I, in talking about stratification, tried to emphasize is that, well, our liberation, our freedom, our capabilities really depends on how the world is organized. So everybody's personal identity in this unequal world today can be identified with the characteristics they have or may develop in the future according to the structure of social institutions. And sorry, Deirdre, I am going to be more policy heavy. We would like to increase freedom, increase people's capabilities, and let their personal identities be defined by a new set of characteristics. So even though we play the scholar's game of listing the characteristics, really the weight is in agency and how the world will define personal identities for people in different locations. Sorry if I'm moralizing.
We should moralize.
Right. No, John, if I can quickly respond to that. No, I think that's exactly right. I think people are, but you remember in France now, we've had a number of huge demonstrations against vaccination, for example, okay? And people say that's an infringement of my freedom. You know, you're taking away my freedom by stopping me being vaccinated. And in particular, the reaction has been to these people has been, you know, they're of course doing harm to others if they don't get vaccinated. And then, of course, if you accept that point of view, then you don't have that freedom, because as the people in this country should know, 1789, the Declaration said, liberty stops where it infringes on the liberty of somebody else. And so, of course, unless you argue that being vaccinated in no way prevents you from transmitting to other people, then you are in fact infringing on other people's liberty. You know, I don't want to drive down the road on the left-hand side from the Fontainebleau to Paris, just because I think that's, you know, part of my freedom, because I don't think I'll get very far like that. So all I'm saying is that, yeah, it's certainly true that these things are imposed by our environment on us, and also we choose in part which environment to be in, which allows us the sort of freedoms we're looking for. So it's a sort of delicate balance. So I agree with you entirely. You can't say that, you know, you can write down my characteristics and that's me, because where I am and who I'm with will have a lot of influence on, in fact, what which of those characteristics really come to the fore. Is that an answer to you?
Yeah, so I'll just follow and respond quickly to Alan. Yes, so our freedoms are in conflict. And despite our laws and constitutions, our freedoms are in conflict. And therefore, our identities get constituted, limited or extensive, depending on how those balance of different people's freedoms all happen to work out. So again, it's a changing world, and how the world plays out tells us what our identities are. Well, yes.
John, you and I need a much longer conversation. You come down to Chicago, or I'll go up to Milwaukee, and we'll spend the day hashing out these things. A small point, which I very much in favor of your excellent approach, is that Arrow's impossibility theorem, as I'm sure you're aware, applies to Alicia. She prefers number 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 1. But then, of course, the weight is on agency. But I think that in adopting the Sen view of capabilities, you're committing the error, as I think it is, that Marcia makes in merging the way English uses the word freedom and the way it and other languages use the word liberty. Irritatingly, the word I stutter the most on. Capabilities, part of them are income, having enough education, having enough to eat, and so forth. And we all agree that those are very desirable things that we seek. But the way the L word, as I'll call it to avoid stuttering, has been defined since the Romans is not being a slave politically. And that, I would assert, that led in the modern world to freedom from narrow constraints, such as not having enough to eat. If you merge the two and just say, I'm in favor of capabilities and freedom, development as freedom, it's A equals A. It's a tautology, and it's not a scientific proposition, in my opinion. But as I said, we need a lot more time together, because I think we can influence each other's thought in a very fruitful way.
Victoria Bateman had a question in the chat. I think this is for both Kerman and Klosky. Other than your own, if you were to recommend 2 or 3 books for Macro 101, what would they be?
Well, I would recommend Julie's book that she mentioned, and I would recommend John's book that I'm not sure he mentioned as a start.
Alan, do you?
I hoped you were asking Deirdre that question, because I can't really think of a book which I would say was a good introduction to a macro as it stands. But that may be due to my ignorance of the literature, of course. But I think that we start from the wrong place. You know, all the macro books I've seen still basically tend to start from individuals. And I think once you do that, you're in trouble, because I think the whole interest of macro is that aggregate phenomena are not just as I think it was John said, aggregations. They are much more than that. They're the product of interaction. And physicists wouldn't, I don't think, for example, like to start with the, well, that's what Phil Anderson was criticizing, start with the knowledge of the most basic level and then try and build the world from that. He said that is actually logically impossible. And I think that's true. So until somebody produces a macro book where they start, there is the only one book I can think of is this book by two economists at Cornell, and they don't remember their names right offhand. They started out with thinking of the economy as a graph in which people are situated, and they're all linked together. And the sociologists would be perfectly happy with that. But economists actually resent that. They don't like that. A lot of people do work on graphs in economics, but everybody says that's an interesting field, very interesting, but it's a separate thing. It's not. And so I think if you started out by telling me that you're thinking of society as a set of interlinked individuals whose interactions with each other are something like the Ising model in physics, then I think if somebody did that in an elementary way, that'd be a wonderful book. But I haven't seen that book yet. But
I have actually, and you know, when I want to read a good book, I write one, as someone famously said. But no, Arjo Klammer, is a splendid example of this, because Arjo starts, and he finally persuaded me from the proposition that the economy is a conversation.
Right.
And that's very much along lines of John and Nancy Fulbray and Julie and all of us. So I would introduce the name Klammer into this conversation.
Right.
And you probably haven't heard of him, because although you say, Alan, that you don't like the orthodox heterodox distinction, and I don't either. The fact is that the orthodox, by the way, we must stop calling them the mainstream, because that makes everyone else, you know,
in little tributaries, right?
Exactly. To hell with that. But okay, the orthodox, as Stephanie pointed out, have a professional organization, not one, but a whole slew, that close their ears.
Well, they talk to themselves.
That's right. They talk to themselves. That's how you form schools of all sorts in philosophy and everywhere else. But it's not. And to some degree, it's healthy. Obviously, if you're an analytic philosopher, you've got to spend a lot of time talking to other analytic philosophers. But if that's all you do, as Richard Rorty said, it's not going to work out very well.
Can I ask a question? My hand's
Sure.
up, but I don't think anyone can see it.
Okay.
I'd love to argue with Deirdre over heterodoxy in the mainstream, but that'll change the whole discussion, so I won't.
How are you, Tony? Long time no see.
Yeah, hasn't it? Been such
The last time we saw each other,
it's a football game.
Is a football game. Everyone needs to know this.
I know.
It was Derby versus Sunderland at Derby, and it was a crazy scene.
The Sunderland goalkeeper scored a goal in the last minute. Instead, Alan, John. I mean, Alan, I just wrote you down saying what I am and who I am depends on who I'm with and the context generally. John says the same sort of things. John has Alicia choosing this identity in these conditions, that identity in other conditions, and so on. All these sentences presuppose an I that's choosing. Who is this I? Yeah. I am who I am and do what I do, depending on whom I'm with. That presupposes a fixed I throughout all these doings, doesn't it?
Yeah, if I was clever enough, I would find you a quick quote from a famous author who said, "I am who I am today, and who I made myself from what I did in the past," and so forth. So the I is, of course, something. But then again, that was the point of a couple of quotes I put up about how I, as a vehicle, it's what Bob Sugden said too. You know, who is this vehicle? What is this thing? And what does it mean to talk about I? And the I is changing, you know, and so, and Deirdre is now looking at me with a very big eye.
It's because my eyes are not very good.
No, but I think you're right, Tony. I mean, I is something which is very fuzzily determined because it depends so much. And, you know, people change even when they are talking to other people. You see them in different groups and they don't necessarily behave in the same way. And so I think you're absolutely right. They're context dependent, they're company dependent. This I is a very elusive thing.
Do I contradict myself? Very well, I contradict myself.
But I'm saying they're not context dependent. You've got a fixed I.
No, okay, now there you're moving on to the that opinion of the 18th century author Reed, who said, yes, so there is a fundamental I. Which
yes, I am with Reed, but I'm saying that you're saying it, not that I'm saying it. I mean, your statements presuppose it, and John's too, I think. If you're choosing different things on different days and it's still you're fixed throughout those days. You're doing the choosing.
Yeah,
and with John, if you tell a narrative over time, there's an I there telling the narrative on each day.
But is it the same I?
Well, if not, what are we talking about? You've got different people and different narratives, or different people and the same narratives. Even more confusing.
From a dynamic sense, it's not the same I, but our society wants to assign people a continuous I. You have your social security number, your pension, your legal bureaucratic identity. There was a time thousands of years ago when the I was not a social goal to protect the individual. So we have a construction of the I, and we also have still the reality of the changing I, if I can say.
Yeah.
I think, by the way, just as a footnote, John, the individualism story that you're assuming is incorrect historically. That again.
But John, you presuppose, don't you, a capability to tell a narrative? Is that capability belong to the same person at two time periods?
Yeah, good point.
There is not a sharp contrast from one moment to the next for the one person that you're saying. There's some continuity. I think I remember what I said earlier in the talk today, but now I may be saying something slightly different. So it's not an either or. There's a continuity, but difference and change. We are changed by our conversations. I think, again, our society, the human world that we live in, wants to invest significance in the I, but the moral of Alan's story, I believe, the Plato paradox, is that, and Bob Sugden's little fixation on whose preferences are we talking about now, tomorrow or yesterday. I think that's artificial. I think the narrative, the author of the narrative, is evolving too. So the I is slipperier than you're attributing to me, I believe.
Well, it is slippery, but you just said you can be changed. But don't you need for consistency just to say there's difference? One I 1 minute, a different I a different minute. To change presupposes the same.
No, I found the quote I wanted to give to you, Tony, which is James Joyce. I am tomorrow or some future day what I established today. I am today what I established yesterday or some previous day. So he has this idea that I, you know, I is there's no fundamental I there, but I think you think that there is a fundamental I, right?
Well, I think the phrases I'm hearing presuppose it. I do think there is as well, but I'm not talking about me today.
Sorry, you're not talking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not presenting, but I think the way you say things,
it makes
presupposing it too.
Yeah, well, no, but the fact that you know, it's like the boat, no, though you keep changing bits of the boat, and is it still the same boat? Yes and no, but at some point the boat could be completely different from how it was, and
That's right.
So you add bits and take away bits, and is that still the same boat? Does it have any identity at the end of that?
Yeah.
But according to the shipmaster, it still has the same name, the SS boat, or however. And so we have a naming compulsion and an identity compulsion accordingly in the world, the human world we live in. But I don't think that changes the dynamic character of the boat or the I.
I agree.
I just don't know whether to start. I think the boat and the I are very different. I think the boat is positioned. Once something's in a position, you can change it as much as you like and it stays the same. You can change all the lineup of the Rolling Stones or add members, it's still the Rolling Stones. Cambridge University has been Cambridge University for 600 years or whatever. Once things are positioned, it's a different sort of thing. But with the human person, you're always saying, and I agree with you, there's something beyond the positioning or beyond the roles, whatever language we use, beyond the social relations.
Well, positions are changeable. The stones are not the stones of Jagger leaves. So the positions are subject to evolution and their own dynamics as well. So I think you're hoping to catch me in a contradiction. I think that what you prefer is inconsistency. But if people are like Alan's boat, somewhat changed and nonetheless the same boat, at some point they might say, well, let's rechristen this. Let's rechristen her. She's no longer the SS boat. She's now the SS ship.
Yeah,
but that's possible. But until someone's removed from the position, take divorce. You marry someone, you may break up 2 days later, not see them for 40 years. But unless you get a divorce, you're married. At least currently under UK law, for example.
No, but that's just a formality, Tony.
There's no just about it. The whole of society is based on positioning, just like that.
Yeah, but if they had not formed that formal relationship, what would that have changed? In other words, why do you think that because I married the person and then I'd split up or divorced or didn't even divorce? But why would that change things? If they hadn't actually married, why would that be different?
Well, they have rights and obligations that come with marriage that they don't without. But that's not the issue. The issue is everything from money to professorships to kings and queens and presidents are constituted in the same way.
Well, okay, let me take the Republican Party. Now, the Republican Party is still there, but I find it very difficult to believe that the Republican Party has much to do with the Republican Party in the past, no? Am I completely wrong there?
It's a good example of an institution.
Sorry?
It's a good example of an institution which has lethargic change, but at some point, as Alan says, it seems the institution has changed. So our societies are, the positions argument I think that Tony is making is that positions are long-lasting and durable, but they're still—
They aren't always. They aren't always long-lasting. Institution, neo-institutionalism has this problem.
Keeping a society, a human society organized requires some inertia that we try to have institutions and laws, but they're still subject to change and evolution.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt for 2 seconds?
Please do.
We just have 1 more minute, and I just wanted Carolina has been wanting to ask a question for the past 10 minutes. And I just want to make sure she got in. Is that okay? Carolina? Could you?
I am feeling extremely bad to jump in with my question in that context, but I think I can't just let the discussion finish without mentioning something about heterodoxy and the question of identity, because that's a panel when we're discussing identity, we are discussing plural identities, we're discussing, trying to understand identity in the social world. And it surprises me that, heterodoxy is dismissed as just a label and not as identity, because identity, they can be, the way I see, they also are created when individuals face certain discrimination or certain exclusion. So I think, it's lovely to think that we are all a big family, but for younger, for early career economists, they're not going to get hired by Department of Economics if they're not doing the max U that they mentioned before. So the identity of being heterodoxy is also political, and it has also is related to how we actually can find and create our space in a profession that is constant excluding certain methods of analysis. And you can have other examples. I had this discussion with John in a different context. As a Brazilian, I may not be classified as a Black person, but politically I'm Afro-Brazilian, and that has to do with a political identity in a context where you need to find a way to understand what you are in society. And so I just would like to perhaps add to that, the end of the discussion, when you're considering plural identities and how identities are constructed, perhaps we should also try a way to understand when these self-identities have a political background as well. And that's all.
Here's the danger that identities, intellectual identities, gender identities, national, race, however you want to put it. If we make that, how can I say this? All we talk about, we're going to lose the liberal society that I and John Stuart Mill and Adam Smith admired so much. The society in which we try to listen to each other. I'm moderately proud of the fact that I have defended Marxist departments in the United States in ways that I have. And I don't mean that I've just had this opinion, I've actually done things about it. But that's not because I agree with Jack Amarillo or whoever. I don't agree with them on economic science. But I've learned from them, as I've learned from most of the people here whom I know, because I've listened. And I'm so worried that if we have a heterodox, if we erect walls around our heterodox club, as I think Mazzucato does, for instance, because she doesn't understand other kinds of economics. She actually doesn't understand ordinary price theory. Then I'm not going to learn from her, and she's not going to learn from me.
Yeah, but Deidre, except for the last remark about Mariana, I'm 100% with you. I think that the point is the only sensible and reasonable thing in economics is to be able to talk to other people, almost regardless of what they're saying. Even if we think it's nonsense, that should be an open debate. And I think
I completely agree.
And exactly, you're right. If it is nonsense, then it will in fact actually get eliminated if you're allowed to have that conversation. But if
that's John Stuart Mill. That's the classic argument for a free press.
Right, and so that's why I object to the labels, Carolina, because if you've got that label attached to you, it can be very harmful for you. And let me just give you very.
Although on her side, dear, the absence of the labels or not acknowledging the identity does have the practical political effect of not appointing that person to the chair. And it does. We all know that. People say, oh, I just want good economics.
No,
and then it turns out that that smacks you.
Yeah, but that's not what they're having an open conversation is about.
No, it's not. I agree.
Let me give you a very quick example about in France. We have what's called the CNU, the National Committee, which it helps to decide who is going to be qualified to be a professor or not.
Yeah,
very centralized and not a very good thing. And Jean-Jacques Lafont, an old friend of mine, was very upset because the institutionalists and the people like that dominated that when I came to France in '77. And he said, we want to set up a separate section of this, which is going to be basically theoretical, mathematical economists. And that will be a separate club, you know, and then they will be able to propose professor. And I was very much against that idea because, you know, claiming it would have a different club. And now, paradoxically, 2 years ago, exactly the opposite thing was proposed. They now want to have a group of institutional economics, if you want to call it that, because they claim that the mathematical theoretical people have completely taken over the profession.
Ellen, I think I have to interrupt you now because we've actually run out of time, and I'm so sorry. But thank you all for all of your contributions.
Yay!
Can I just thank you, Erin, as well. When she started, I couldn't introduce her, but because it was too noisy. It's too noisy here. But it has been a fantastic work in applied micro. So I'm sure she has lots to say that's not directly related to gender, but she's also doing amazing work in gender regarding the gender gap in publication economics and how female authors are actually underrepresented in top journals. So Erin, thank you very much for being doing this work for us and